Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clinked, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clinked, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back. Doors open at the cafe. Great to be back with you guys. Thank you so very much for joining me again tonight. I hope you're all having a great evening, and I hope you all enjoyed the first show. For those of you that were here, we're back again, guys, hanging out, trying to catch up on what's going on in the world, and again, another open discussion. We'll see where it leads and what we get into, guys. So thank you for joining us. Please hit the like button, share this out, let everybody know what we're doing tonight. And you know what comes next. I appreciate you all so very much. Let's do this thing. Grateful to have you all here tonight. Appreciate everybody popping in and hanging out with us for a late night with Dago stream again. I like doing these because I get to see a bunch of you guys I don't normally see. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable if you will. Let's see what we can get into tonight, guys. It always goes one way or another, but it should be definitely good either way, folks. I hope. I hope. I hope. Please hit the like button, share it out. Like I said, let's see. Joining us in here tonight, it looks like Mayhem and Milker Miracles, Eminem, Isaac say, back in the house. Miss Tandy's in the house. Yeah, I keep it cold in here, so grab a blanket if you may. Welcome back, Hemisphere. Good to see you, brother. Great to have you here. Let's see. Musical Contessa, always happy to see you and have you in the house as well. Thank you for joining us. Allison White, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Wicked, Wild, and Wise, welcome to you. WTF, okay? I don't know, but welcome. Um, let's see. Let's see. Michelle F, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. WB's in the house. Good to see you, WB. Thank you for joining us. Miss Bridget, great to see you. Bean Sibs, welcome, neighbor from Pennsylvania, right next door. Tina Gobley, good to see you tonight. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama, grateful to see you. Yvonne Poole, Trish Crow, welcome back to you as well. Hope Norris, always happy to see you all. Thank you guys so very much for being here with us tonight. You guys are amazing, and I do appreciate each and every one of you so very much. Let's see what's on the. Hold on a minute here. What's on the agenda tonight? Oh, I don't know, guys. Let's see. What are we gonna get into? I might have my camera off a lot because my family's in here playing Yahtzee and stuff. So gotta keep it on the DL, I guess you could say. Come on in, grab a seat. Kelly Land, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight as well. Again, like Tandy says, please hit that like button, share this out, and find a seat. Get comfortable. Welcome to the meatballs. Always glad to see the meatballs. Love that. Yeah, they're addicted to it. Kelly, my wife's family, they're addicted to it. They get into that stuff. They have special boards for it and special cups for it. It's crazy. I get frustrated, so I don't play it. I'm a Scrabble type person. It's easier for me. Let's see. Again, hit that like button, share it out, please, and thank you. 36 peeps, 23 likes. That is awesome. I got some new toys to play with in here as well that StreamYard handed over to us creators. So gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Let's see what we got. Oh, well, if we get into talking about the propaganda train, as I like to call it, about Brian Koberger, we always got one there too. I got a few little new things to play with in here. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Funness. Fun. Thank you so much, Trish. I appreciate that very much. And thank you, Musical. I appreciate you. Thank you, Tandy. Got your tea. That's good, Eminem. Good to hear. Good to know. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. I used to like Yahtzee, but it's so frustrating. Especially when you get 13 small straights and you can't get anything else. Oh, I love trivia games too, Yvonne. I was hoping Eddie was going to join me tonight. Dang it. Moonlit baby, welcome. Almost done watching it. Thank you for joining us, hon. Come on in. Let's see. Tomboy's in the house. Good to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us. 45 peeps, 28 likes. We're getting there. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good stuff. Good stuff. There. Speak of the devil. Thank the Lord. He did show up. Good. Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you, brother. I appreciate you. Yippee. All right. I was worried you wasn't going to show it tonight. I'm glad to have you here, bud. Balderdash. I remember that one. Beach Babe, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Miss Ro, Ina, good to see you. Yes, Siobhan. 47 peeps, 31 likes. I love it. Also, let me know if you guys are hearing those little sound effect things that StreamYard gave me. I got more I got to add to it, but I want to know. I want to know. That way I know they're working. Yeah, I've been complaining about StreamYard, like how expensive they've gotten. Okay, and they just keep going up in price. Well, because of I think a lot of people complained about the fact that they kept going up in price, okay? Bad, like really high. So a lot of us creators put complaints in. Oh, I'm down for it, Yvonne. I am. And one of my complaints was like they were asking a survey, sent a survey over via email and said, "So are you enjoying the new options that we've given you to use for your StreamYard service?" And I was like, "Well, I don't even use some of the stuff they put out, but I said, sure. I said, but like I said, I don't really use a lot of them. I said, but the price is ridiculous. I can't really afford it. And I've been thinking about going to OBS or Restream lately." And I got an email back the very next day. "We're sorry that your experience with us is not what we is not as what you expect it to be. Hopefully that we'll be able to, how did it say? Something about you'll enjoy the new additives that we're adding to the service for your coming down the road," or something like that, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And we wish to keep you on board as a faithful customer or something. I'm like, okay, well, make it worth the money you're charging, and we'll see, because it definitely wasn't beforehand. Really expensive with nothing. I left a comment about today's show when you were showing the cop outside the slider and they were discussing the garbage bags. I noticed the blood drips outside Zana's room weren't there. Right. So they cleaned it up. Hey, True Seeker, good to see you. Speaking of which, and that reminds me of something else too. I need to apologize. I guess I upset somebody, or probably maybe multiple people, because I have a tendency, I have anxiety issues, folks. A lot of you guys know that, a lot of you don't, but I chew ice. I drink water and tea and coffee, but I chew ice. I always have for a long time, okay? And it helps with my anxiety. Don't ask me why, but it does. So I usually when I do it, I try to have the mute button on, and I guess I haven't been doing that and been doing good with that. So I guess somebody said it was rude and obnoxious, and that's definitely not how I want to come off. And I don't want anybody being uncomfortable in here. So I apologize. You know, that's not my goal. Sometimes I do it and I don't even realize I'm doing it because I do it so often. But like I said, it's part of my, I know it sounds dumb, but it's part of my anxiety thing. And it upset somebody. Um, and they said it was that they liked the channel, but they had to leave because I was chewing ice, and they said it was rude to do and it was obnoxious. And I felt, well, I kind of feel stupid, but, and I felt bad because I don't ever want anybody to leave here having a bad experience. So my apologies to anybody that I have upset by chewing on ice, guys. I'm so sorry. I truly am. It's never done to upset anyone. It just helps me to stay relaxed at times, and it's just a thing. So, like I said, I'm sorry if I upset anyone. I know it's probably irritating to hear, especially if you're wearing like headphones or something. But I would never, most of you that know me would know I would never purposely do something to upset you guys. Any of you, that's the last thing I would do. So once again, I am sorry. um, Hopefully I'll be able to control it better and keep it if I am doing it, or maybe I'll try to stop doing it, and it will stay, it'll be muted for sure. Welcome, Aquarian. Great to see you. Well, I felt bad. Somebody said it was rude and obnoxious, and I was like, I am so sorry. Like I said, I felt stupid mostly, but and I didn't think that it was that you guys could hear it either, because I do with my mouth closed, and I'm not a hog. I don't chew with my mouth open anything, but I just felt really bad. I don't want anybody ever leaving this community, this platform, this channel with any kind of a bad experience. So please forgive me. Oh, thank you, Contessa. I appreciate that. Steve, let's welcome my friend. Good to see you. True Seeker, good to see you. I've been doing a lot more recently. This case really has been bugging the hell out of me, so that's probably why. So again, folks, I'm really sorry. Um, I don't want to say it too much there, but let me go ahead and because I did label this as open discussion, so hopefully maybe Eddie can join me. I'll throw that link up there. Jesse, welcome back to you. Good to see you tonight. Well, I will apologize to you guys because I care about you guys a lot. That's a fact. Um, People that irritate me, green M and M's. Green M and M's. What do we got? What do we got? Green M and M's. I'm a little confused, Kelly. I'm a little confused. Or do I have to go further up? I'm sorry. Let me see. Don't sweat the small stuff. Green M and M's. Okay. There he is. What is up, brother? Good to see you tonight. Thanks for joining me.
Good to see you. Yeah, I can kind of understand. People have peculiarities. Well, like mine, not being able to pronounce peculiarities. Um, yeah, but yeah, some
You did
things
okay.
annoy. Sometimes small things annoy others, and I understand it. Um,
As do
you,
I. There are little things that can bug me too, but I don't let things get to me usually.
right,
But,
I've noticed
but
it from content creator to content creator. Sometimes there's something. It doesn't unnerve me or irritate me. But yeah, some people can have habits that are kind of
hmm
off-putting or whatever, rude, uncouth. But
agreed.
it's one of those things. You got to kind of mind your. You always got to be mindful of how you're
Right,
presenting yourself.
right, and I do that typically. I usually try, and like I said, I always feel like I mute myself when I do it, even though I keep my mouth closed when I'm doing it. Obviously, I have a very sensitive microphone that picks it up, so that's the last. And I know I was thinking about if somebody's wearing headphones and they have that volume turned up because some people have a hard time hearing some of this stuff. That's got to sound like somebody chewing rocks, probably. So excuse me, I felt bad, and I was like, I want to make sure I apologize, and everybody understands that it's not something I do to like try to upset people or just to be rude, or I'm not trying to be obnoxious or any of that. It truly does help me with my anxiety issues when I'm doing this, and it keeps me kind of level. And like I said, I've probably been doing it a lot more recently. If I have been, if you're hearing it, it's this case has been driving me nuts. A lot of you guys know, we talk about things that I get stuck on. That car that showed up at 429, that's been driving me insane. I mean, we talked about it last night. So crunch, 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 crunch. You know what I mean? And so anybody that it has bothered, I am truly sorry. Um,
Angel
so
D, yeah, my cow friend. I got a new cow friend.
that was
You
great,
heard,
Eddie. I love that story.
and I felt bad too because that one cow that I startled, he had turned his head and looked at me, and he had such a big eye. I seen the side of his head, and he was genuinely scared, and I
Right.
felt guilty. I'm like, oh, didn't mean to scare the cow.
You don't want to go around scaring cows. That's probably not a good idea.
No, so I'll have to bicycle by there again and see how he's doing.
Exactly. There you go. Make sure he's okay. Absolutely. Make sure he's okay. It's a good idea. Welcome, everybody. Just popping in. Doc, it's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Miss Rach, I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for joining us, Rach. Great to have you here tonight. Um, Angel D, great to see you. Beach Babe, Truth Seeker. Miss Paula, always in the house. Simply Solo, wonderful to see you in Zal. I love it when she says that. Vivian P, great to see you tonight. And that's something I meant to do a while back, Rach. I've been thinking on it. I talked to can't yeah, Tom or Jesus Lord. Cassie and SRB today, and I didn't really get a chance to talk to too many others, but um, let me see if I did it. Rach, do me a favor and type something in the chat or just respond to something, please, Rach. Rach used to be one of our moderators here a while back, folks, and she did an amazing job. And we're kind of low on them at times, and so I've been thinking about it for probably a good week or so now. And I talked to, like I said, I talked to SRB and Cassie. So I think it's time that we bring Rach back on board because she did such an amazing job. She's been so helpful, always was then and still is now. So welcome back, Rach. I hope you're okay with it. I appreciate that and appreciate you for everything you do to help. And like I said, being such an amazing person, and so um, you're good with the people too. That's important to me. So welcome back, sis. We appreciate you. K9, Miss Jules is in the house tonight. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I tried to get you in there, Tomboy, but you was busy. I get it. Megan Kelly's questioning things now, huh? Interesting. She's a guilter for sure. Welcome, Joanne. Good to see you. We love you, Rach. You know better. And we don't need to talk about anything from before. Miscommunications happen all the time, and things like that. And there's never anything bad, so we're good. And I'm great. I'm glad to have you back. You're always here, and you're very helpful. So, and you already know what to do. You know what I mean? You already know what to do. Canadian Cat Lady, thank you for your message earlier, dear. That means a lot. I hope you saw my response. It does mean everything to me, and I appreciate you so very much. I hope you know that as well. I appreciate the kind messages you guys send and the comments you guys leave me. It means a lot. It does, folks. That's the whole point in this to me. I feel like I'm affecting you guys in a positive way. That's what I want it to be. So thank you. Texas Ranger, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Hope you guys are all having an amazing night. Cat K, great to see you as well. Let's see here. Simply, it's hanging well, my brother. I appreciate that. Lisa Wilson, great to see you tonight. Who are we talking about here? Not familiar. True Seeker, great to see you. Jesse Stargazing. Like I said, welcome Miss Rach back to the team, guys. She took a little hiatus for a while, and she's now back at home, as I call it. So it's great to have you back, Rach. Sorry. I've been thinking the Chapin vehicle could have left right after the Gower FM dropped the girls off and returned at 4:30. Ribbon, anything's possible. So yeah, I can't say no. I can't say no. When Gower picked up the girls at whatever time, I can't remember, it was 11 something, I think, or maybe 10 something, and took them out, and then he picked them up and brought them home. He said it was there, so we got to go with what the report says. But I would truly like to hear the audio on that one. I truly would. So, and speaking of audio and things, for those of you that were here earlier, guys, we streamed the hearing, the lawsuit that the Laramies have filed against the city of Moscow. We streamed that, and I thought that was, for those of you that may not have been here with us, I don't think there's too many of you, but that was quite a strange hearing. I'll be honest with you, and it was quite weird how it all played out. We gave our opinions on it earlier. Eddie was here with me then too, and it was definitely off. It's a law, okay, and it's these people that are. And let me be respectful, because I do mean this with all due respect, because these are the families of the victims. That's important to understand. But a lot of these people, and I'm not degrading them when I say this, please don't take it this way, but they went on Dateline in 48 hours and and did these interviews, and all those things were okay to talk about this stuff, and they showed some pictures on some of these things. Okay, nothing was ever said about that, but now it's a problem. And the thing that the pictures and the photographs, because I do agree, if I had a child or a loved one that went through something like this, it would bug me a bit. I'll be honest with you. But adding to that, the witnesses crying and speaking or being involved, I don't agree with that at all. Like, there's not even anything about that makes sense to me, because that's not an invasion of the families of the victims' privacy, folks. That just doesn't get. I don't get that. Okay, whether it was labeled that way or not, it just doesn't make any sense. So I was not on board with that. I'm not on board with the other, because it's a law, and truly, okay, if something happens in the city that you live in or the town you live in, you have the right to know what happened. You live there. That's your right. Your tax dollars go to the fact that law enforcement protects and serves you in that vicinity, and that town, that city, whatever it is. In turn, if there's a serial killer out bouncing around and doing, taking people out in the city you live in, you have that right to know what happened, why, who it happened to, and all that kind of stuff. It's just, these are laws for a reason. You can't just go in and change it up. And one of the statements that was made really bugged me. It did. I've covered many, 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 many cases, folks, well over a couple different hundreds. I'll just put it that way. Okay. And they're all horrible cases. A murder is a murder is a murder is a murder. It's bad. And 4 of them is one of the most horrible things, but it's no different than any other crime that is committed. Okay. And there was a statement made, well, this case is special in the way. No, it's not. I'm sorry to say that, but it's not any more special than any of the other cases I've ever covered or we've ever seen on the news or looked into. They're all horrible. It's all a bad situation. So it's not any different, folks. That's not a good statement to add to this. And I was kind of upset with the guy that was there, the defense attorney that was defending Moscow. He wasn't defending anything. He was basically, excuse the phrasing, but ass kissing to the courts and making statements like, well, we don't support this, Your Honor. We don't understand why they need these. The man said he did it and he's in prison and it's over. So why do they need that's not your business. That's not why you're there. You're there to defend the law and the statute put in place by the government in Moscow. All this other stuff that you were spitting out has no bearing on anything you're there for. Calling people out here, conspiracy theorists, because they don't need them. That doesn't understand that, this and that. Again, that's not your business. Your business is to defend the city of Moscow and and hold to the laws and the statutes, and that is all. You shouldn't have made them statements, bro, because it made you look stupid. And I at this point, not that it matters because I'm nobody to him and he's nobody to me, but I now have a feeling about you. Okay. And I almost half expected, like, the guy works for the city of Moscow. We get that and all that, but that if you were to say something negative, the Bill Thompson's going to pop up like a Muppet out of somewhere and go, what'd you say? No, you're fired. You know what I mean? I mean, it kind of reminds me of that. Go ahead, Eddie. I seen your thing go down.
Yeah, the one attorney argued, he personally can't understand why imagery is necessary or why there's a legitimate interest. I'm paraphrasing a little bit there, but
you're right, though.
That's just scary.
It's beyond scary. Yes.
Yeah, and the other one, you're right. He was citing, it's a unique case due to, the things that he's citing there is worldwide attention. There's an inflection point in technology. He kind of, said that, like, this World Wide Web,
Yeah.
And then there's an inflection point in true crime interest. He cited
because we want to know the truth, and we're owed that. And like you said earlier, that we do feel for the families, okay, and that does not need to be taken any other way. But that point is not stronger than the rights that we have as we the people to know the truth. Okay. And that plays out and plays into that. And that's not just an opinion, folks. That to me is a fact. So just saying. You stuck on a feeling? Yes. Now you're gonna make me sing, but like, come on. It's in my head already. All I said was that. He did. He truly did, Vivian. That's how I took it. That he had issues with creators uncovering inconsistencies. Well, I'm sorry that we're making your city look bad, but you did it first. If you'd have done your jobs and you'd have done things the way that you're supposed to, once again, we would not be sitting here having this conversation, asking these questions. Welcome, Randy. Good to see you, brother. At all. These questions would not even be anything. We wouldn't be here. That's why we're here. So if you want to get into that, go talk to the governing bodies that run the city of Moscow and tell them you need to get it right, and these people will go away. That's my opinion again. Excuse me. Yeah, it was in his room. Yes. That's what I'm saying, Jules. You know. Oh, they all do, and that's already been stated, Ro. Everybody and anything that happens in that town, it's been stated clearly that is involved with this case. Everything goes through Bill Thompson. He's the last word and the first word. Period. The big old boss man. And if he doesn't approve it or agree to it or like it, it don't happen. That's all there is to it. That's a little too much control for me. I'm sorry. I get he's the prosecutor and that, you know, he's the one that prosecutes the case, but I don't believe that he should have the say to everything surrounding the case as such like this. And again, don't take me the wrong way. I feel for the victims' families in every aspect you can believe. I can't imagine the pain they go through and have gone through. But again, I have to argue the point that I've seen a lot of these people that were involved in this suit, both families, do interviews on Dateline and Peacock, I think it was, or Paramount, one of those two channels. But that was okay. But this is not, and we don't want to look at your children in that form. We don't want to see that. Okay, that's not why we're doing this. Because unfortunately, and you know, the one guy said, you know, blurring something is not redacting something. But it is, because you're redacting the image to a point where it's not visually understandable. Therefore, we don't know what it is. There's some of them are they black boxed them, some of them they just blurred. But again, you know, that some of that I think was done with the news stations because they can't put that kind of stuff out. So I don't know. And again, there she is. Miss Lucy's in the house. Beep, back to you. He definitely is. He definitely is. That's sickening. Which part of it, Ro? Good to see you, Be Geek. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button when you come to the door. I appreciate it.
Think of this real quick, Dago. That the judge, he said that there's no expectation of privacy for DNA left at a crime scene.
Yeah. Good point. Not to mention what that other guy was talking about body parts or blood, considering blood in the same classification as a body part, which means it's still that person. So if we're looking at blood, we're still looking at that person. And I went, what did you just say?
Okay, so if she rules, you know, if she separates those two, which she should, those are two different arguments. So
agreed. Yeah.
You know, it's possible in my mind that she says, well, we'll have the bodies blurred out, but the blood, that's fair game. That should be, you know, publicly viewable.
Of course it should. Yes.
If she rules that the blood is part of the body, then we just know that there is corruption. She's not making that ruling. She's being directed to make that.
Of course, it just adds to it. And again, like I said, you guys, think about one important thing here. One of the main photographs that I think I'm going to say 98% of the people that are in here, and myself included, my moderators, I know Eddie, as much as I don't like to speak for people, I'm going to say it at this point, want to see is that damn photograph of the sheath. They don't want us to see that. So this is a good way to keep that from happening. So I'm a little worried about that. And again, because of where the sheath was, I don't know that we would have ever seen it, but there's ways they could blur everything around that sheath and show it to us. Okay. They could I know they took photographs of it after they moved it too. So show us that photograph. I'm still waiting. Just as much as we need lab reports, we need that photograph as well. And a few others, I think, to make certain decisions in this case. I'm just saying. Did Payne take even? I mean, that's why I want to see it, Jules. That's really why I want to see it. If there's a sheath, and I'm not trying to go down the rabbit hole or be conspiracy theorist Dago right now. I'm telling you, if the sheath exists, you should have photographs of it before it was put into evidence. You're supposed to take pictures of everything. Just show us the photograph. That's all you got to do. That's not truly enough for me to make a decision. But again, I'm saying at least it's something. It proves that there was a sheath. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm at this point, we're to take however many police officers saw that, take their word on it that there's a knife sheath in the bed laying underneath the comforter next to Maddie. Because it was written in a document. Okay. You didn't send it off. We've never seen it. At this point, I think it should be shown. That's all I'm saying. And not everybody may be able to believe that way. And I understand that, but I do truly. Because I am starting to believe, and I know everybody thinks when I say this, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I'm not. We know they never sent the sheath off anywhere. They kept it there. They swabbed it. They say, okay. They put the swab into a plastic baggie and they sent it off to Othram. They say that's their chain of custody. That's how that works. Okay. That's what happened. Why did you not send the product, the full thing, to them to test? Explain that to me. I don't understand it. Okay. You could have packaged it up the same damn way you packaged up the swab and delivered it. Okay. Welcome, Boston. Good to see you. But you didn't. And I just don't, like I said before, and I was being kind of an ass when I said it. I said, but we don't know what they could have swabbed Brian's asshole for all we know and sent that off. Okay. And I know that's a bit much, folks, but I was irritated when I said that because we don't know. They could have swabbed anything. They were in his apartment, his office, his parents' house. They had him there. They could have swabbed anything they wanted to that belonged to Brian, his car, put it in a baggie and sent it off. And at this point, the only reason why I'm saying this is everything else we've seen leads me to believe that that is a plausible thing within this situation. And I know, Rach, I'm sorry. I know. And I said it because I'm going back to that time when I said it to prove how dramatic I feel about that. I don't know, Eddie, thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, it's looking like there never was a sheath when they refused to, make public that evidence that would prove there was.
Well, so, and also, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, but I didn't mean to say.
The conspiracy theorists are the ones saying there was a sheath.
That's a good way to put that. And again, what was the prosecution willing to do with that sheath, Eddie? The main thing that brought Brian's arrest down to the table, and the main thing that brought this case together on their side of things, what were they willing to do with that sheath in this trial? If you remember, it was in a couple of documents where they were willing, if I remember right, and maybe I read something wrong or whatever, but they were willing to throw that out. Okay.
Yeah. The IgG.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
I just was making it basic, but yeah, in a sense, if you're willing to throw the main thing out that built your case, why? Is it because you don't have it? That's all I was asking. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, like I said, but it makes me wonder. Welcome, Boston. Thank you so much for jumping in the sauce with us. We do appreciate you so very much. We got another meatball, guys. That's awesome.
My mind is wondering now. So I wonder, when she's requesting this discovery, these motions to compel, etc.
Right.
I wonder, I'm anticipating those will be redacted, because if she's asking for photographs of the sheath in any of those motions to compel evidence, and they redact, the specific items in those motions, then that would be telling right there. That tells us that she never got, even Ann Taylor never got pictures of the sheath. We're not alone.
Right.
And they're going to redact specific items in those motions to compel.
I agree. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, Eddie. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I was trying to fix something. Someone needs to be urging an appeal. Well, I hope his parents are. I do. And again, hey, Lucy, I wish I could redact this whole damn case. Yeah, no lie. No lie. No lies. I agree with that. Why aren't the parents asking what that was something else I stated too earlier, is I noticed that with this lawsuit, we don't see the Gonsalves name attached to it. And I feel like at this point, that's because Steve doesn't want that to happen. Because I think Steve wants everything out there, like everything. He said everything. Everything needs to be seen and heard. Even though that's his child, I'm sure he doesn't want people to see her in that way. But I feel like maybe that's part of the case and it needs to be known. And they also made a statement that if you want to see this or that, then go check out the autopsy photos. They're floating all over the internet. No, they're not. No, they're not. There's nothing out there. There's a generic report that was written off of this, put in one of these reports as they describe the autopsy report. That doesn't show us or tell us anything. And like I said earlier today, for those of you that weren't here, that's why I'm repeating it. Welcome, Gen 7. Good to see you. And a Megastar, great to have you here. I think I already said that, but love seeing you, Meg. Thank you for being here. At least give us the true to form autopsy report and with the diagram on it so we can see what happened to who and how it happened. That's it. I've never had a case where they have not shown those. Okay, every case I've ever covered, there's some form of a real autopsy report. Why are we not getting that? And I have a feeling on that, folks. I do. I have a feeling that hasn't been released and may never be released because I think it's different than what they've told us.
I agree. We talked about the inconsistencies that we're able to see thus far. Recently, within the last couple of live streams, and that is that when they in their press release, when they spoke of the autopsy, they kind of played this like trick where they mentioned that the autopsy took place on such and such a day, and then it says that the coroner found the following as truths, her findings during that autopsy.
Right.
So it leads you to believe that that's what the medical examiner found.
Yeah, I can agree.
But those are two different things.
Yes, they are. Definitely.
By the way, Dago, did you look at the case file? I just noticed new.
I was pulling it up as we speak. It's funny that you said that. I actually just went into the back and was pulling the link out because I thought maybe there might be something in it. Tomorrow is Friday, and it's usually Tuesdays and Fridays. I'm used to seeing us get documents. Now that we got these other new documents, looking right now. So let's see what we got here, guys. Give me a second here to pull this up again. Just have to go find these links all the time. I'm very unorganized, believe that or not, as OCD as I am. There we go. Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, I know what we're talking about tonight. Good God, Eddie.
It's like
Guys, Christmas. Civil judgment. Find the victim. Holy shit. Restitution judgment. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 new documents. Good Lord, Gretchen Weddle. Well, I know what's on our agenda for tonight. What does this say? Civil judgment, civil fine. Okay, so I guess we're gonna be reading into these. Randy, how are you tonight, my friend?
Very good, Dago. How you doing? How you doing, Eddie?
I'm doing good. Guys, give me a quick second. I will be right back here with you. If I disappear, there's a reason, but I'll be right back.
good to see you, Randy.
You too, Eddie. How's it going? I couldn't. It was tough, kind of just sitting in the wings and listening to you guys talk. I felt like I had to get involved, but
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
well, you guys are doing a great job tonight. I just happened to jump on here a couple minutes ago and was listening. Good conversation as always with Dago.
Always.
And you too, Eddie. It's always great to hear what you got to say.
Did you get a chance to look at any of these new documents?
No, I have not. I probably was on a channel that read some, but not these ones. I don't think these ones he's talking about right now. You know, that have just come out. What, today?
Yeah, I just noticed them just now.
Yeah, I didn't see any of those. So should be interesting if we're going to go over them. That's for sure. And by the way, no sheath. There was no sheath.
No, there was never a sheath.
I think it's all a lie. You know, why wouldn't, if you really wanted to prove a case, why wouldn't you show a picture of the
Sorry
sheath?
about that.
Oh, it's okay, baby.
No, I meant her, because if anybody has the right to child support,
Go ahead with your conversation with what you were saying, Randy. I'm sorry.
No, it was just, I was just talking about the sheath. You know, no pictures of the sheath. I just, you know, show us a picture of the sheath. That's all. You know, whoa, this is how we busted them, but there is no picture. I just find that so hard to believe. I don't believe there was ever a sheath. I just don't think so.
I agree with you in some aspects, Randy, that there's been
Either
no
that or
proof.
was planted, maybe.
There's been no proof of a sheep other than by their word of mouth. And that's proven to be what to us? Nothing. Okay.
And why, that's a picture of a sheath would not be, oh, we got to hide this from the public. No, that would bolster their case, I would think.
Well, and that's my whole thing right there, because that is basically the basis and the foundation of this entire case is that damn knife sheath. So
Exactly.
in a sense, folks, you would think they would want us to see and know that sheath is there. And they've never attempted to do that. And like I said earlier, they were willing to throw that out, the IGG. Okay. That says something to me. It just truly does. So sorry.
No, you're right. Totally right, Dago.
Welcome, Kim. Good to see you. If I didn't say hello. Gretchen Weddle, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And I have Gretchen says the other side of the tree with a question mark. Is that in relation to another statement that was made? Maybe Jen's. According to the testimony, they allege the tree would eventually lead to Brian, but they say it is on the opposite side of the tree. The opposite side, so to speak. Correct me. I'm not sure, Jen. I don't remember that. I didn't hear that exactly. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember hearing it. Now I do remember them saying they were asked multiple times in different interviews. Do you think if you would have had this or that, you would have been able to find Brian? Oh, eventually Bill said we'd have got to him, and Dollinger said, yeah, of course. We have the car and we have this. I don't believe they could, guys. They didn't have a case. They have nothing that proves that Brian did this. So on the wrong branch is what what that meant, I guess, Gretchen. The wrong branch. Okay. So yeah, Jen, I do remember that. I know what that means. So sorry, I just misunderstood. um by the way, thank you, Gretchen. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you for being here. It is, Meg. That's an understatement. It truly is. There's a link right there. Transcript redacted, hearing held January 23rd of 25. January 23rd of 25. That is the, well, let me go to it then, Lucy, since you brought it up here.
Was there a hearing today? Wasn't there a
Yeah,
hearing?
the hearing was this morning. We streamed it here.
I missed that.
Well, not this morning. It was this afternoon. I think it was 12:30. It started in Latah County.
What did it cover?
It was the lawsuit that the Laramies and Chapins brought against the city of Moscow to keep the protection order covering the keeping the photographs and things from being released to the world.
Right.
Any
conclusions?
She said she's going to take it under advisement. Those were her. And I'm hoping as a judge, I was talking to some of my mods after the fact. Welcome, Pappy. Good to see you, brother. That I'm hoping that she's going to, as a judge, she's going to stand by the statute, the law, as a judge should, in my opinion, and hold to that, because it truly is something, it's a law. You can't go in and changing laws, folks. That's part of why we're here, because people are doing things. They're bucking the Constitution and stuff like that they shouldn't be doing. And that's not cool. Okay.
So wasn't Hippler wasn't a judge today?
No. It was a completely different situation. It was held in Latah County.
Okay,
Megan Marshall was the judge.
I got you.
Real quick, Too Fast for Fleas. Welcome, by the way, and thank you so much for those 5 memberships. I can't truly see who got them yet. Hold on. Michelle F, good to see you as well. Give me a second here, you guys. Let me move something over here.
Thank you, Too Fast for Fleas.
It looks like Jesse Stargazing got one. Paula Fitzhenry received one. The Borg, Gracefully Salty, Katrinka Sandoval, and I think that's it. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Thank you so much, Too Fast. That's awesome. God bless. That is so very generous of you. I appreciate that so much. Guys, if you are, interested in becoming a member, it happens a lot here. People are very generous in this community, and they hand out memberships all the time. All you got to do is drop down to the bottom down there. There's a little $sign inside of a little square box. And if you go in there, click that and allow yourself to receive gifts or gifting, you can very easily pick up a membership, because they happen all the time. Speaking of, I guess since Too Fast did it, I guess I'm gonna give back a little bit myself. So here we go. 5 more, folks.
Oh, Dago.
And that went
a gentleman in his own channel.
Karen Brunsman, Molly May, Ivy K, Squishy Bum. I haven't seen you in a while. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there should be one more somewhere. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, and CJ Sky. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Hey, Miss Taylor, good to see you. So we got 11 new members here. That's awesome. New meatballs jumping in is always good. Like I said, Elisa and SRB picked up a couple huge pots, guys, so we can hold all these meatballs and all this awesome sauce and spill it every night. So there we go. Welcome to the sauce, you guys. I appreciate you very much. And thank you again so much for that. Please, I appreciate that too. More than you know. All right, let me bring this back up here. Yeah, welcome all you guys. Ginger, hey, good to see you. And congrats, Jesse. Welcome. Great to have you in the sauce. So very generous. Appreciate that very much. No, we're not allowed to pick the people, Kim. I wish I could. YouTube just does it at random. It'd be nice if we could do that, though. You know what I mean? They have all the control on everything, as they always do.
That would be cool. I know I've gifted memberships, and it goes out to whoever, which makes me feel good. But I know if I'm in this channel and I see a lot of people that are here and here. It's like, yeah, I wish I could pick that person and give them a membership and so on and so forth.
Right.
But doesn't work that way. It's a shame.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you. I wish it would work that way. It's only fair, Randy. It should be that way, but oh, absolutely gorgeous, Miss Tandy. You are correct. Even Randy. Randy's very pretty too.
What?
I'm just messing with him. He's
I wish
handsome.
I
I'll put
was
it
as
that
good
way.
look. I wish I was as good looking as you.
Oh, I wish. I wish I was good looking. Maybe 25 years ago.
Yeah, me too. Maybe 40 years ago.
Right.
My birthday's tomorrow, Dago.
Oh, well,
Do
you
I
better
get a
make sure you
birthday?
come in here.
Do I get a birthday thing if I come in tomorrow? If you're on?
You know you do, sir. Everybody does.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Where'd you go, Lucy? That's not showing up in here. It's weird. I went through this earlier today too. January 25th of 25, or was it 21st? I'm sorry. Give me that link one more time, Lucy. Drop that back in there, please, for me, dear. I think it rolled off already. Oh, there you go, guys. Very handsome men on the channel. Very nice of you to say, Miss Cat Lady. There it is. Thank you so much, Lucy. So the transcript redacted hearing held January 23rd. That's what it was. That's why. There's only one document in here. The motion to seal. Stipulated motion to seal the state's exhibits titled S1 attached to the state's supplemental response to request for discovery regarding penalty phase expert. That's what that one says. You know what, Lucy? Drop that in the Discord because I can't pull it up this way. It's posted on the 24th. Okay. That would be why. We went through that with Eddie earlier too. Okay. February 24th. I'm so sorry. It's weird that they have this set up like that. Transcript redacted hearing held. It's posted on the 24th of 25. Gotcha. As is everything else, of course. There's like 300 of these things posted for the 24th. It's crazy. What was it again? Transcript redacted hearing held. Jesus. One second. I'm getting there. I truly have to go through like 45 documents on that day. I didn't realize there were so many. Maybe more.
Have you checked your Discord?
Yeah, I sure did. Thank you, Eddie. And thank you, Tomboy. Thank you, Lucy. Judgment. Oh, that's not the right one. Or no, it is. Wait. Sybil Fine? No, that's the one I pulled up. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm clicking too many different things here. Let me try this one more time. Thank you, Tomboy. There we go. Okay, here we go. Jesus. I'm sorry, Lucy. I'm a dingback. Hold on.
God, I can't keep up with all these birthday wishes. Please.
It's always good to turn 25, ain't it, Randy?
How old?
25. That's I'm sticking to it too.
Oh,
all right, guys. There we go. There we go.
Okay, what are we going over now, Dago?
This is what Lucy posted in that statement she made. I guess it's based on what we were talking about to an extent here. This is the transcript of the redacted proceedings before the Honorable Stephen Hippler, posted as of January. It's a certified transcript. Appearances by everybody, all we know, all that. Give me a minute here. So these are the closed proceedings. I don't remember this document, even looking at this when this came out.
This is the transcript, right?
Yeah.
That we've had, was it February? Is that the date of this?
January.
It came into the case summary on February 24th. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I knew I missed some of these, and because they dropped literally 50 or 60 documents on the 24th of that month. And I knew I missed this. Because I don't remember this. These are the closed proceedings, and it says it's the actual transcript. Let's go on the record. In state versus Koberger. Present in the courtroom. We don't need all that stuff. This has Jay Logston, Miss Taylor, Mr. Nye, Miss Jennings, Mr. Thompson, and Miss Massoff. So they were all there. They're all part of council teams, witnesses, so on and so forth. Okay, let's get down here.
And before we begin, I have a quick question. What are we covering?
I'm not 100% sure. Oh, the wrong branch of the tree thing that we were talking about.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Thank you, Lucy.
I can try to help you find it.
It's on page 158 because there's a lot of pages to this. I knew that. Are the page? Yeah. So we're almost there. Hold on. It's at the close to the very bottom. Thank you, Lucy. God, I love her. All of these guys, they're so great to me. Meg, Lucy, Rachel. Rach, before she even became the mod again, was helping us with stuff. It's great. I couldn't do this without you guys. Here we go. All right. Going into a non-allowed database, and we know that happened. Answer, or let me go up to the top here. Question: did you testify in a motion to compel hearing to try to get this information so we could tell you and confirm that you believed what you believed about the FBI? Answer: I'm sorry, about what you believed about the FBI going into a non-allowed database. The answer was yes. Question, next question. And do you know if sometime after that we received confirmation that they did? Answer: yes. Or I'm sorry, we did finally get a letter from the FBI in which so we specifically asked to know which of the matches were in which of the databases. And they did not tell us that, but they did give us a list of the databases that they had uploaded to. And it concluded the Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch Pro. There are the two databases that they're allowed to use, but it also listed GEDmatch, not GEDmatch Pro, but GEDmatch, or GEDmatch, however you say it. They're not allowed to go into the regular GEDmatch portal. And then finally, they admitted that they had uploaded to MyHeritage. That's the one I knew about for sure. Sorry, guys. I'm a little discombobulated tonight, screwing everything up. So my apologies. And then Ann comes back with, Your Honor, I am at D26 and I can pass this copy to the court. I would ask that it be shown to the witness first. Court says, Hippler says, what's the red number on it? Ann says, Your Honor, the red number is 999. Hippler, again, notice of the camera submission. Miss Taylor says, yes. Hippler says, all right, go ahead. Miss Taylor says, Dr. Larkin, will you thumb through that? It's towards the back page. Answer says, yes. Or okay. Question again, do you recognize that? Answer, yes. The second to the last page, it says below are the genealogy services utilized by the FBI. Next question. And what does it tell you? It says Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch Pro, GEDmatch, and MyHeritage. Ann says, thank you. Or thank you. Ann says, would Your Honor like the copy that they have there? Court says, I think it's part of the record that you submitted, so I have a copy. Ann says, okay, thank you. Give me just 1 minute to check with my team. I do have another question. Court says, okay, go ahead. And then Ann says, what is Prometheus? I think I'm saying that correct. I'm sorry. Prometheus is a third-party site, so it's not part of Ancestry. It's not part of MyHeritage. Actually, MyHeritage owns it now. It's a site where you can take the SNP profile that you get from any of the companies and upload it to the site, and it will produce. It will basically look for medically informative SNPs in your profile, and it will do reports on them. I think it's like, I don't know, like it's a nominal fee, like $12 or something, and it will do a report of all the SNPs that you have in your profile. And again, if you had my SNP, you could do that and find out. Answers yes. I can do it on if somebody has done a genealogy test for $12. Now stop right there and remember that we just learned in the report yesterday or the day before that Brian had done a genealogy test. Okay, that's there. 1 second. I can put it into the Prometheus system and get trait reports and health reports. How extensive is that information that you could get? It's pretty comprehensive. I mean, you will get reams and reams of reports. And I should say that how do I put this? There are a lot of traits that are controlled by multiple genes. I can't say for certain. Yes, you're going to go Alzheimer's. No, you're not going to get Alzheimer's. It's more of a risk factor. So basically, if you have the markers in your family line, it'll pick up the markers that you possibly could produce your body, go get Alzheimer's. Sorry. It doesn't say for sure you're going to get it. It just says that you have the markers and it will show that it's a possibility. But you can look at the multiple reports and see if they're, for example, giving you an increased risk of Alzheimer's or whatever other traits are in the system. So if you have an increased risk of breast cancer, prostate cancer, or anything else out there, and again, Ann says for $12, and he says yes. She says, thank you. That's all my questions. Hold on a minute. The prosecutor might have one for you. Cross-examination, and it's Jeff Nye. 1 second. Miss Kim just dropped 5 new memberships. I can't see right now, you guys who got them. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate that so very much, and God bless, Kim. That's very generous of you and very amazing. I appreciate that. Welcome to whoever it is. I'm sorry I can't tell right now, but grateful to have you guys in the family and in the sauce with us. We appreciate it. So, welcome, Tracy. Good to see you. So you testified that when people come to you wanting to do genealogy tests, you recommend Ancestry DNA and 23andMe. Is that correct? Yes. And then she says, and one of the reasons that you recommend those two is because they have the most users in the database. Is that correct too? Yes. And the reason why it's important is because when you're looking for Ancestry, really the best database for you is the one that has your closest relatives in it, right? Yes. But you can't know that until you use the database. So you just use the one with the most users. Answer is there are 2 reasons to start with those 2 companies. One is because they have the largest 2 databases, and then because you can't upload into those databases, you have to test with them. You can test at Ancestry and then get into the MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch databases for trivial amounts of money. Whereas if you tested at Family Tree DNA first, the only way you're going to get into the Ancestry database is by doing another test. So I always recommend starting with the biggest, and then if you want more databases, you can upload into the smaller ones. And says, and one of the reasons that you might want more databases is so that you can get more matches, right? He says yes. You can get, and then next question is you can gather more information that way. He says, hold on a minute, you guys.
By the way, I should add, this is a cross-examination by Mr. Nye right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I said that, but my apologies.
That's okay.
You can gather more information. Okay, and then it says, and then she says again, typically, that's why people are coming and asking you about these databases is because they want more information about their family. Correct? He says, people generally come to me because they need help interpreting the matches that they have. She says, I want to talk a little bit about the number of users in these databases. So we've been discussing the ones that were on the list that you read from the document the FBI indicated they used in this case. Do you remember that list? On that list, do you know which of those databases has the fewest number of users? He says, I believe Family Tree DNA is currently about 1.8 million. And it's not an exact number, but I think that's probably about where they are right now. Get Match is, I think, a little over 2 million. And My Heritage recently announced that they were at 9 million. Jesus. So she says, when you say 1.8 million, you mean 1.8 million other people that have utilized their services and that you potentially could match with if you utilize that service. He says, yes. She says, is that correct? I have a couple of questions for you on this, Prometheus. I'm probably saying that wrong, by the way, but you mentioned it costs money, $12, I believe you said. He says, yeah, I think it's $12. And she says, well, why would someone utilize Prometheus instead of just reading their SMP profile themselves? He says the SMP profile is basically just a list of, there's a location code, but it's going to be something like RS23744. And you're not going to know what RS dash dash. I don't even know what number. I just made that number up. You're not gonna know what the SMP is. Sorry about stating the dashes. I thought that was important for a reason for a second. You're not gonna know what that SMP is. You're not going to know what gene it's a part of. You're not going to know whether an A or T is good or bad. Prometheus takes your data file and it references published literature on what those SMPs might impact in terms of traits, and then produces a report from that. And then she says, so even you, for example, if you wanted to know your medical information and you had your own SMP profile, you wouldn't just attempt to read it. You would use a service like Prometheus. He says, yes. Mr. Nye again says, no further questions. I'm sorry, not she. That's why you said that. Good point. And the court says, thank you. Redirect, and Ann says, no, Your Honor, thank you. And then again, they say, thank you, doctor. You can step down. And then it says, is that the state's last witness on this issue? Ann says, yes, Your Honor. The court then says, pardon me, defense. I'm used to the state going first on things. I apologize. Does the state have witnesses? Nye says, Your Honor, no, we're not going to call Dr. Middleman, if you guys remember that name. And Hitler says, I'm trying to recall what I said about argument on this issue, whether I said we could do this publicly or not. I want the party's input on that as we make that decision, whether we can argue the Franks and suppression issue on IGG publicly. I know your position is that we should, but in light of my ruling, can you? Ms. Ann says, Your Honor, I'm going to refer to what the FBI did in here, and I'm going to refer to the Department of Justice interim policy. I can probably not name the 4 brothers that the state lab tested. Hitler says, okay. Can we avoid talking about the fact of the 4 brothers? Understanding that I understand that's there, but I'm not gathering the import of it on the issues at hand. I think that you could reference that there was some information that was itself insufficient to generate a profile, and I know what you're talking about. And says, I'm trying to think of how I could do it. I want to make sure that I've made a really good record here, and the record is very important. And he says, of course. And again says, I think I can talk about Othrum's recommendations that were attempted to be followed, but nothing worked. I think I can do that. Maybe after hearing the evidence, if there's a ground the court really wants me to stay away from, other than saying the 4 brothers, maybe that would be helpful to know. I'll do my best, Your Honor, but I really want to make a good record for Mr. Koberger. And then he says, counsel, Mr. Nye says, Your Honor, I think we can probably do the argument publicly. I don't need to reference the brothers, and I don't need to reference any of the specific names. As I explained earlier, and as the court has seen, we didn't put on evidence one way or the other as to whether the policy was followed. For example, so that part of the argument is even assuming from our perspective. I think that we can probably do the argument publicly. Hitler says, I thought that I made it clear. What I've tried to do is open up evidence, whether the state or against the state in this case, that potentially is not coming into trial that could influence potential jurors. I didn't hear a lot of that today, and I think the fact that there was an investigative genealogy done in this case is not necessarily a secret. Given that we publicly talked about that, we're going to talk about that. I think the more specific things about what happened within that It's best if we kind of refer to that more generally in terms of like the four brothers and whatnot. I think, frankly, that it's appropriate to discuss, excuse me, how law enforcement handled the profiles that they received. And I think it's appropriate to talk about whether or not those profiles, what privacy is at issue in those profiles. I think that obviously the state is going to have to talk about standing and other issues and your client's specific privacy rights with respect to this. So I think that that's appropriate. So I think we're generally okay staying away from some of the specifics that I'm not sure that that ultimately would be admissible at trial. Even if I were to say, well, admissible at trial, the whole IgG issue, I'm not sure that that's going to be admissible at trial. I suspect that the trash pool is going to be admissible at trial, and that's in that genealogic match, allegedly, to Mr. Koberger's father. As I understand it, the lack of attempt to figure out what I'm understanding, at least from the testimony, the attempt to figure out the mixed profile. So I think that that's all fine. The preference is staying away from the specifics as to what those genealogy searches showed. More specifically, that we talked about the brothers and the names of individuals who were testified to, if that makes sense. And Ann says it does. We have an affidavit attached to the back. I think of our reply briefing on the suppression issue. I want to make sure the court looks at that. That's admitted as evidence, and I probably don't want to refer to that publicly. Would you like my copy? He says, what was the date of the filing? And Ann says it should have been the 19th, December 19th. He says, what was the name of the document? And document reply to or objection to. She says this was the reply to the state's objection to the motion to suppress IgG. Hold on a minute.
Here I've been following on my own transcript this whole time, and chat is chat needs our attention.
Oh.
We might be on the wrong page.
Oh. After I read all that, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't even look over. 153. Oh my God. Well, that was still an interesting read, in my opinion, because I had never read that transcript. So I'm sorry, you guys. Let me go back up here.
Oh,
you're fine. You're fine, Dago.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. It happens. We make mistakes. It's no big deal. Either way, like I said, that was still an interesting read, folks. Because I never got to read this before. Like I said, they dropped like 60 or 70 things in that day, and I was like, Jesus. And for whatever reason, I don't know if I was sick for a few days or something. I just don't remember a lot of that stuff coming out. Okay, so the top of 153. Okay, thank you. I guess we'll start here. First question: knowing that Othram finished their work this on December. Okay, that's good. Okay. Thank you, guys. On December 10th, and then the FBI took over, and we've heard that by December 19th, 9 days later, they'd made an identification. Is that significant to you? Answers yes. Questions why? Because Othram's matches were, as in their own words, in the report, those matches were low. Hold on, I'm taking notes on this again, so bear with me. I'm sorry. They were recommending testing these 4 redacted brothers to get more information. And if you went out and if you approached those men, and even if one of them said, yes, you can test my DNA, the testing itself would have taken some time. Getting a kit to a person, I remember this, getting the spit, sending it into, well, they could have said saliva, Jesus, sending it into the lab, having it analyzed, and it wouldn't have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong family branch. There it is. So that's interesting. So going from low matches to an ID, or at least a tip, whatever they were calling it, within 9 days, that right there told me that they had gone into a database they were not supposed to be in. question is next. Were there other ways that you were able to confirm your belief? Yes. What was that? So one of them in one of those email communications, I believe this is the one that had both the sender and recipient redacted. There were screenshots from the GEDmatch, and I believe it said, so there were screenshots. How do I put this in GEDmatch? GEDmatch has a very open system. So if you are in GEDmatch and I am in GEDmatch, and let's say we were cousins, I could go look. I'm sorry, I can go in and look at my kit, and I would see that you are in my match list. But I could also go into your kit and see me in your match list. Oh, that's interesting. Never realized that. GEDmatch is just a super open database in that way. Any kit in the system is that is public. You can see their matches. That's crazy, folks. I don't like that. The one exception, however, is that if there are forensic kits in the database and I am a layperson and I'm looking at a layperson kit, I can't see the forensic kits. They are invisible to me, but there is an email communication that has a match list from the perspective of somebody who only used the initials SC. I have no idea what this person's real name is. In the database, they are called SC. The screenshot is taken from the perspective of SC, and there is a match to the forensic profile from SC's perspective. That tells me that the forensic profile was uploaded through the regular GEDmatch portal and not the GEDmatch Pro Forensic portal, because it should not have been visible to SC, and the email says this one's ours. And the other thing is that GEDmatch will also tell you how many days a kit has been in their system, and for that kit, for the match to SC, it had been in the database for 1 day, but Othram had uploaded it. Okay, I'm not sure exactly when, but I would say 6 to 7 to 8 days prior. So it would not have said the kit was only 1 day old. Question was, so based on that email and what you saw, it confirmed your belief that the FBI used a non-allowed right. So that was one. There were several lines of evidence that was one of them that stood out to me early on that they had uploaded through the layperson portal of GEDmatch so that they could see all the people that were opted out. There were a couple of other matches. One of them was actually 250 centimorgans, which is something that we get excited about in genealogy. And one of them was, I think, closer to 70. That were not in the Othram report. If Othram, 1 second. Sorry. If Othram had seen, I'm sorry, that would have been in the report. Like, their genealogists are good. They know what they're doing. They would not have ignored a 250 centimorgan match. And based on those other 2 matches, at that point, I was pretty sure that they had gone into my heritage database. While you were reviewing this information, so you could learn and try to figure out what happened here. Did you have any ability to call anybody from the FBI and say, hey, what is going on? Answer was, I don't know who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Question is why is that? It's not in the information that we received. Is that the part that was redacted? Answer was, I don't know if it was redacted or if we just never got it. So there was that one email that had redacted, a redacted sender and a redacted recipient. Presumably, those were the people doing the genealogy work. But other than that, I have no idea who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Are there any other ways that the FBI went where they were not supposed to go? Answer is, there was one piece of information in the discovery material that I did review. I believe that we asked them to turn over the match list, and that they were like, "Oh, we can't turn over the whole match list because it was like 20,000 people." And that actually right there was a big tip off, because if they had only used GEDmatch Pro and only used Family Tree DNA, I think at most they would have gotten about 10,000. So that right there tipped me off that they were in a database that they should not have been able to be in. So during the course of our work to try to understand what happened here, excuse me, did you assist with the reviewing documentation and teaching us what else should have been there that we needed to ask for? Answer was, what specifically? She says, well, about the databases, they went in and the match list, and answer was right. So we've talked about what you see in a match list. We've talked about the fact that you can download the match list of Family Tree DNA. There's just a click button to download it, and then you'll get a CSV file, which you can open in a word processor, or you can open in a spreadsheet program at GEDmatch. You can also get the whole match list, so you would have gotten that. I tend to do that for my clients just so if I'm not online, I can still work through their materials and I can report that back to them. She says, and did you testify in a motion to compel hearing to try to get this information so that we could tell and confirm what you believed about the FBI going into a non-allowed database? Answer was yes.
And that is where you first began.
Mhm.
We've come full circle. In other words.
Okay. So is that enough, or did we get through the whole thing at that point? Because I know where the hell were we down here now. Let me find where I left off down here. We did that. We did that. We did that. We're down there. Hold on a minute, you guys. This is interesting, folks. I never got to read this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it completes it. Am I right, everybody in chat?
Does that put it out like completely? Oh, you're welcome, Gretchen.
Do you guys understand all that?
By the way, Gretchen, you're welcome to join us. There's a link pinned to the top of the chat if you want to speak on this. By all means. I think we've gone through most of it.
Did you guys get all that, or should we do it again?
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not reading that
fine.
one yet.
That's
you're
fine.
shy. No worries, Gretchen. It's okay. You don't have to show your face or anything. Just so you know, you're welcome to jump up here just with your icon. So I think we hit the point at that point, but that is very interesting. So the wrong branch, I'm assuming that means in that great grandparents line, one branch came from a female, the other is a male, but these male and females must be siblings. Okay, that's wild.
Heavy.
That is wild. Any thoughts on that, Eddie? Were you able to keep up with all that?
Oh yeah, I pretty much took it all in.
It's a lot. It was a lot. I've become a pro at reading after all these damn reports. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you got a strong voice. I have
yeah.
to say that.
Very nice.
If I could add an image with the tree, I would, but I can't. So no problem, Heather. No problem.
And yeah, Lucy Morningstar is right. One wrong number can derail a train.
Mm-hmm.
You can lose a war.
You definitely can
destroy your bank account.
You definitely can derail it. That's funny.
Hey, Dago.
Yes, sir.
Did
Yes,
you
sir.
see that bull crap video that Gray Hughes put out today?
No, because I can't stand him, so I don't watch anything he does.
I can't either. But
what was it about?
Well, it was supposedly something about a tree on the way home, after the murders, that he was parked under a tree and possibly burying stuff. And then for some reason, Gray Hughes got a picture of a white car under a tree. But the whole time is like, the people who said, I saw a white car by this tree, at 5:30 p.m. And Gray Hughes is turning around going, basing the whole thing on 5:30 a.m. Like he wasn't there at 5:30. That guy is such a dick. I'm sorry. I had to throw that in there. Where are you, Gray Hughes? You're an ass. He was so off on this video. You turn around trying to put the blame on Brian. He's like heavy into, Brian did it, Brian did it. But he turns around and talks about how this guy at 5:30 p.m., 5 to 6 p.m., saw a white car parked under this tree on the possible route home to his house. But it's 5:30 p.m. And the whole time Gray Hughes is talking about 5:30 a.m. And it's like, dude, are you that stupid? And people follow this guy. I that was the first time I even got on his channel forever. And
I'm sorry, Randy. That's horrible that you had to get up there. He's a special kind of stupid, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
He is. He's so off course and so wrong. And I'm sorry to bring that up in the middle of this.
No, it's fine. I get it.
But I have to.
I have a lot of issues with a lot of the stuff that he's put out there and the way that he's approached it, because he's basically, once again, and I've been sitting here telling them all, just sit down and shut up, because you're telling lies.
Yeah.
You're repeating again and again and again things like, well, he cleaned his whole car with bleach. Well, guess what? No, he didn't. And all those other stupid statements that are getting put out there that are not true, that these people believe is the reason why they know Brian did this. But if that's the case, then turn around and look at the facts that those aren't true. So then not say it. Well, if those didn't happen, then Brian couldn't have done this. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
They refuse to do that. So it's ridiculous.
Have you listened to Tommy's new?
No, I have not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, I have not.
You guys get along with Tommy, right? Tommy Juice.
Yeah, Tommy was up here with you and me a couple weeks back.
One of my favorite nights. I love that night.
Tommy's a good guy. I mean, I don't always agree with everybody's feelings on certain things, but as a person, Tommy's a good guy. I like him. And I know that I know that he has the same passion I do, that he wants the truth, and that's what matters to me right there. Hey, 12, good to see you.
Right. That's why you guys are the best, man.
Yeah. That's another thing too with Gray, that I saw that for the first time about 2 weeks ago. I caught a glimpse of something and I was watching it. Hey, Hemisphere. And I was like, oh my God, this guy was flipping out on his community because they hadn't donated to him to get him to his goal. And he wasn't going to do anything. And he's yelling at him like, we did better than this yesterday. Why can't we do it today? And I'm going, what are you doing?
What a dick.
It's nuts to me. The people that donate do it out of their good of their hearts to support you because of what you're bringing to them, or because they like you, not because they need to keep your goals there. Like, what? Dude, I don't get me started on him, because I'll say some things I probably shouldn't. I just don't want to. It's crazy. It is crazy. And then I get all worked up and start flinging words and all sorts of. I can't handle him. I just can't.
There's a couple idiots out there, in my opinion.
There's more than a couple, buddy. There's more.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a good number of good guys out there like you and Tommy. So,
well, I appreciate that. I do.
Yeah,
I really do, Randy. Ciao. What's up, 12?
Keep going on. Oh, more paper.
So there's brand new documents that dropped again today, folks. This is a judgment, a civil fine. And it says on July 23rd of this year, the court found that the above defendant, Brian Koberger, owes the civil fine to the victim Ben Mogan at Post Falls. So this is explaining the civil fines that were put out there that Brian's supposed to pay. So this is Kara Northington, Ben Mogan, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonsalves, who is KL? Oh, Karen Laramie, Jeff Kernoodle, and then order of restitution and judgment. Best party stipulated defendant owes restitution to the crime victims' compensation of Boise. I thought they did all this already. This is all wrapped up in that $250,000 that they're telling everybody that he owes. The victim's compensation in Boise, Idaho, and judgment is hereby entered pursuant to the amount of $14,393.13. Wow, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. It's not going anywhere.
So,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
hold on a minute.
Appreciate it.
Got water.
And this is stipulation restitution. It said the through late talking defendant by and through his attorney record hereby stipulates to the entry of restitution orders herein as follows: for $14,393 to the crime victims compensation, Jim and Stacy Chapin $5,720, Jeffrey Kirk Kernadle $88.43, and in total is $28,956.88. I don't what the hell is this all about? That's crazy. I want to know what that's for. They should probably explain what that means, but okay. And then this is the order regarding requested reductions. Oh, that's the one that we already read. All right. So all those new documents are just about the new orders and civil judgments. I thought they were something of some substance, so my apologies. You know why they had to make it official so that they can garnish this? Yeah, they're going to do anything they can do to hurt him. Okay. But they're only allowed to take 50%, from my understanding. They can't touch the other half for any reason. So, yeah, it is definitely. But I thought they had put this all out. They just made it official by putting everybody's name on it. So, yeah, Jesse, that's an understatement. And people have tried to call me a grifter. I just laugh my ass off. That's a joke to me. Does he still put? I have no idea if he still does that, but if he does, that's insane.
Where's he gonna get money?
Do what?
I said, where's he gonna get money to pay? He's in prison. I was gonna pay.
Anything like if he, which he can't because he can't work a job because he's in ag seg. Anything that is sent to him to go on his books for anything, they can take up to 50% of whatever it is, and they can put it towards these fines. But I'm hoping, okay, what my hope is that this will all be canceled out here, maybe in the near future.
Why that?
Because there'll be an appeal filed, and we'll actually get the truth, and they will flip this, and Brian will go home at some point. That's my thought, because I truly feel Brian is absolutely 250% innocent at this point. It's 20% per victim, not to be added together. Thank you, Tomboy and Jesse. I see. I was told it was up to 50%, but that's even better.
And who's depositing into his commissary's parents? I guess
it would be anybody. Well, I think there's other people that had stated that there's people that support him that we're going to try to send money to his commissary and things like that.
Yep, like I could do it. I could send money to him.
If you have to,
not that I'm gonna, but
you have to go through a process and sign up for, I can't remember what it's called exactly, and then be approved. And then once you're approved, then yes, you can put it through. So that's 80% in total for each victim. That's crazy. Yeah, I've heard that too. That a lot of people are depositing into his commissary account. And it good. Okay, that's good because like I said, I feel the man is innocent at this point, and anything that can help him get through his situation there, I think is helpful. That's it. JPay. Thank you.
Have we heard any?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Eddie.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
You have any thoughts on that whole thing we just read, Eddie? The transcript or any of that, or Randy? Either one of you?
Yeah, my only question would be: is that in addition to all the what were the other penalties that we
that whole thing
had seen before? $250,000 per victim.
$250,000 in total is what I thought it was. that was with everything wrapped into that. I thought.
And what document was that we
That's what I was
read?
getting ready. I was pulling it right back. I'm gonna pull it back up real quick.
I'd like to kind of look at that and see
Also,
if
there
it
was
sheds
another
any
mom.
light.
Yeah, no, I got you. Hold on a minute. Give me 1 second to grab the link again because I closed it out, but that's no big deal. And it's one of the newer documents that it showed everything at the end of it. They added everything together and it came out to one grand total. I just gotta find that link because it's buried again. 1 second.
Okay, when you get there, I have the date and the name of the document.
Go for it. I'm there.
Okay, it's July 23rd. It's called Judgment of Conviction and Commitment.
Yes, sir, it is. It's the only one on that day. That makes it easier. That's good. Okay, there it is. This shows everybody that was involved. It shows the indictment returned against him for the counts and the charges he had against him, which we know what those are: judgment and conviction. Trying to get down to count 1 burglary felony. We know that. Count 2 murder in the first times 4. Count 3 murder in the first. Those are all of them. Okay, they put them all separate, and then it was all these little $10 for this, $17.50 for that, $10 again, $75, $100 for he also has to pay, by the way, folks. I didn't know if you knew that. He has to pay to be in prison, like he's staying in a motel. It's insane. 15 pursuant to the victim notification fund. Peace officer training fees, $15 to be paid through the courts for the notification fund fee, the emergency surcharge fee. Jesus Christ, they tagged him for everything. Okay, we're getting into big numbers now. So on each count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, defendant is hereby assessed and ordered to pay a maximum fine of $50,000 for a total of $250,000 payable through the clerk of courts. In addition, he's hereby assessed and ordered to pay an additional fine of $5,000 for a total of $20,000. The fine on each count shall operate as a civil judgment against defendant and shall be entered on behalf of the family of the victims named in the indictment. An order is to be submitted to this court by the state. Defendant shall comply with the no contact orders, which is stupid to me, that they entered against him by this court at the time of the sentencing. The defendant shall submit a DNA sample and right thumbprint impression to authorities within 10 days of the judgment, and the defendant shall be remanded to the custody of the sheriff of Ada County to be delivered forthwith by him into the custody of the director of the State Board of Corrections of the state of Idaho. So that's, and of course, there's his notice of right to appeal. So there's that. Even that is in that document, folks. Even though he waived his rights, he has that right. And I think that was it. So it's a grand, let's see, 250, 60, 70, 270,000 there. So yeah, $270,000 in total is what he owes. That's just bless you, I think.
Thank you.
You good there? No, they cannot make his parents pay that 12. That's him, and that's it. They cannot. He was a grown adult. He didn't live at home, and it's nothing to do with if he had any children or a wife. You gonna make it? Sounds like somebody got allergies going on. Hang on a minute here.
I'm sure you're muted.
No, that wasn't.
There we go.
Sorry about my wife sneezing there.
That's okay. It's okay as long as she's all right. So there is that, guys. That's a lot of damn money for somebody that has no way to make any money other than by people putting it in his account. It's insane. Absolutely insane to me. That answer your question, bud, Eddie?
I think so.
Good deal. It's a lot of money. And I think it's ridiculous. And like I said, hey, Scotty, good to see you, bud. My hopes are, and Phil, good to see you. Um, my hope is that that's something that'll never have to happen. Guys, excuse me for one quick second. I got to step away and I'll be right back.
Take over, Eddie.
Well, if I'm being honest, I lied. I still haven't been able to determine are these new civil judgments in addition to that previous order?
The previous order of
The one of that we read in July that we just went over, judgment of conviction, order of commitment.
right. Not sure, be honest. Why in the videotapes was that cop that didn't have his body cam on? Why were they blacking out his hands on stuff he was doing? Did you see that, Eddie?
Is that Gunderson?
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Did you see that, Eddie?
I did. Yeah.
What's up with that?
Trying to figure out what I was going to do, and I lost my train of thought again. Damn it.
Not
Give me a
you,
minute
Dago.
here. I'm looking. I was going to show you guys something else here. Give me a second.
You're smoking. Come on. No, Dago, you didn't hear what we were talking about, probably.
I didn't, unfortunately, that time. No, I'm sorry.
No, we were talking about that the videotape of who was it, Eddie?
I think it's is that Gunderson?
Gunderson, who didn't have a body cam on when they first
Yes, I
went
did.
in there, taking all his pictures, and they were like blacking out his hands of stuff he was doing.
Is that like when he's coming up the stairs to the third level?
Yeah. Yeah, and then he was in the one bedroom, and they blocked out what he was doing with his hands. He moved somewhere else, and they blocked it out. I was told he didn't have a body cam.
He did, because Lana pointed out when they were standing outside, when they were doing the statements with the girls, Nunez turned around to speak to him, and Lana looked, and he had the red light was blinking on his body cam. That means it's on it recording.
Maybe
so.
he turned it on afterwards because he didn't have it on in the house, from what I understand.
It could be. I don't know. I want to know. I think we should be able to see every single body cam that was on the scene. That's at this point with everything and the way this investigation is gone. I think that they owe it to us to show every body cam. That way, every bit of information is out there.
Absolutely. Was there a body on the counter? Was there a body on the counter?
Not that I know of.
Oh, you didn't.
I wouldn't.
I'm gonna say no. I
wouldn't think so.
I just can't see how that would.
Yeah, that would. I mean, I've heard somebody else say that somewhere else because of all the Amito Black that showed up that they thought maybe that was the case. I don't believe so, Randy. I don't.
Right. I
know there's another. Jesus, I think it was Crime Fix put out. They're going at this hard, you guys. Back to what we've been talking about on and off, Eddie. Brian Koberger's professor breaks silence in new interview. I'm not even going to show it because it's a bashing session. You know that. He called Brian, the little bits and pieces I know of it, he called Brian not intelligent, said he was arrogant. None of this stuff would have been said if Brian would have never been arrested about this. So sit down and shut up, okay? It's just getting old. It really is.
Who the hell said that?
Brian's professor, says he broke his silence in a new interview, and I've caught like 3 little clips of it, and he says that Brian's arrogant and that he was not that intelligent.
Well, according to his other professors, that wasn't the case.
There's a whole different interview with another professor that says Brian was top in her class, that he was the best student she ever had, and he was very pleasant to have in class.
Right.
Like those are 2 different people, in my opinion, folks. I'm sorry. And I'm gonna take her word on it because she recommended him to go to WSU at that point. You know what I mean? It's just insane the way that they're driving.
It's like everybody wants to get involved or something.
Yeah,
I want my say. I want my 15 minutes of fame. I'm going to come in and say that he was weird. You know?
That's why I skipped through all of those reports that were Brian bashers, because none of that shit was true as far as I'm concerned. Because you didn't say nothing about it until Brian was arrested for in this case. And like I said, they're all pushing that propaganda train every time about the same dumb shit. And I'm tired of hearing it. I am.
Did you realize I was about an hour and a half away from his house? Boy, I would have loved to know what was going on. I'd have jumped in my car so quick and gotten up to that scene.
Right. Yeah.
So close.
At this point, Dylan could probably walk the streets of Moscow dragging someone's leg, and the police would just say she's drunk from right. No report taken. That's it right there. No report taken. Thank you, please. And you know how professional is it that these professors, not students, but professors, are coming out and making these ignorant ass statements like this?
Right.
I know I would want to go and be taught by somebody like that.
Just shut up.
There you go. Randy's catching on real quick. I'm gonna have to get that as one of these new sound effects. Shut up.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
They just want to bash him. I swear that they probably do, Jesse. I wouldn't doubt that at all. Here's $20. Go say something bad about Brian Koberger.
Crazy.
Now, I got him in the tub fairly fast. 5 minutes, and he really got it in his face, like right in the face. Wait, what are you talking about? Let me back up and catch some more of this before I go forward. What are you talking about, Lucy? He got to a couch before I. Oh, you're talking about your dog, probably. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. They are blaming life on this guy. Okay, anything that has happened in anybody's life is Brian Koberger's fault. I'm surprised they haven't tried to put 9/11 on him at this point. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
I'm serious. I know that sounds dumb, but at this point, I'm not joking.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
The scary part is that these people are probably doing research in the field and teaching others how to do criminology stuff, and they're doomed for generations. Amen to that, Rach. Amen.
Yep.
Skunk. Any topics you want to throw out there tonight, Eddie, on this with involving Idaho or anything we saw or read or any of that stuff today?
I can't think of any fresh material. We've kind of been Idaho'd out.
Yeah. There's definitely going to be some stuff coming here at some point, but
reviewing these hit pieces is just depressing.
It is. Let me see here. I just want to make sure that we don't have, because I'm not reading tonight. I'll save that for tomorrow. I just want to make sure that we're not missing anything. I did see something that Atlanta put out in regards to the one football coach. I thought was kind of interesting. I got to look into that.
What's up with the boxing coach who doesn't want to talk?
I don't know. I guess maybe they're trying to force him to say things he doesn't want to say. I mean, that's happened already. We know that.
Right. That's
we need you to go testify.
I got. It's like, I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to make me say things that I don't want to say or something.
We did find out that in the one document that they found blood that tested positive for blood on Dylan's clothing. I think it was a jacket and a blanket.
Yeah.
And I said
Surprise.
that's actually a very important piece of info, in my opinion.
Yep.
And that there's no other way that could happen, folks, unless she was
Involved.
in the scene somewhere.
Right. In the scene.
Welcome, Mama D. Good to see you tonight. I think it frustrates everybody, Pam. It does. It's bad. P Fox, good to see you tonight. How can you cry privacy when you're on Amazon, HBO, ABC, NBC, etc.? Thank you. That was my statement and my biggest issue earlier with that. I tell you, if I were Dylan and I was innocent of any nefarious activity, I would take that GFM money and sue the shit out of MPD for defamation. If she's innocent, they screwed her, capital S. Oh, they definitely threw her under the bus, whether she's innocent or guilty. There's no two ways about that.
Bethany Funk.
Yeah, Chris
She's the big
McDonough.
question. Bethany Funk's the big question in this case.
I do have questions about her. I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I think she knows something. She saw something. She did something. She's scared as hell. She's hiding behind lawyers and whatever else. But
Absolutely, Mama D. I appreciate. I do it for me too, Mama D. And yes, Randy, I agree with you. And I do have a wish list if I can find it somewhere in here. Hang on a minute. If anybody wants to support the channel via that, you can do that as well. I think that's the right link right there. And I appreciate any form of donation whatsoever from anybody, guys. No, it's not ever expected. Please know that, but please understand that it is absolutely appreciated. Most of what I have on Amazon there is to help with the channel and stuff that I use for that. So,
wow.
I
didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah. My mods put that together a couple years back. Said it would be a good idea because it helps to keep my the things I need to do and use for get going and stuff like that. Plus, it also has coffee there.
I wasn't a mod then. I wasn't a mod then. I would have helped.
No, Randy, you don't worry about that at all. I'm kind of interested in this right here. I did see Chris challenging the prosecution as much as I can't stand him. He did challenge the prosecution in one interview I watched, and he's brought up some statements. It is what it is, but I didn't know Megan Kelly. What is Megan? What is she challenging or questioning, Jules? I won't pull up anything that she puts up because I cannot. I can't. Well, I can't. Yeah, but I can't play anything because she strikes everybody like you wouldn't believe. Thank you, Mama D, for that.
Thanks, Mama.
And it looks like that membership went to Debbie Bergman. Let me go back up here while we're doing this if I still can find them. I wasn't able to see those other memberships that were dropped here a little bit ago. 1 second. Jen dropped one, and Cindy Ann P received that. Congrats to you, Cindy. Thank you again for that one. Jen, you're amazing. God bless. And all you guys are I love this community so much. You guys are amazing.
This place is great.
I think I got everybody there.
Dago, you got a great channel. A great channel, Dago.
I appreciate that, dude, very much. I hope that everybody enjoys it as much. Dylan's story being totally different in the body cam than what the police told us it was. Oh yeah, okay. No, I played something of hers once before and I got hit for it. So
figured.
She's a guilter anyway.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna take that chance. But she says, I'm guessing the story being totally different in the body cam footage than what the police. Yeah, I get it. Well, and it's true. It's about time that some of these people are seeing these things. Welcome, Lost Faith, Miss Charlene.
People like who? Ellie?
No, don't you worry about that, Mama D. You just being here and hitting that like button is what absolutely it means the most to me. I appreciate that. Let's see. Skeletor. That's what I call Ashley now. She reminds me of Skeletor from He-Man. Sorry. I don't usually do that, but these people have gotten to me so much, you guys. I just have to do something to relieve my tension with that. There's the link there too. Thank you, SRB.
She rocks. I love SRB.
She's very, very amazing. I wouldn't be able to do this without her either. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think there is nothing really, anything new. Anybody in chat, anything that you would like to discuss in regards to the case? Hey, Melissa, good to see you. I'm sorry. I know that's rude to talk about people, but Chris McDonough and Skeletor and Frodo, that's my way of relieving my tension, folks. It may be mean, but you know what they do is worse. So
Hey, Dago.
I don't feel bad. Yes, sir.
Where are you located at?
I am.
Like, where you at? Like, what state?
I am in the state of Ohio, Northeast Ohio, actually.
Ohio. Okay.
Yes. The boringest state in the nation. I am. I'm in between Akron and Cleveland. There's a lot of us in here from Ohio. I found out not too long ago. Lucy,
Eastern time or Central time? What is it?
Eastern. Yeah, everything I post is Eastern. If you notice.
Okay, so Eastern. Okay.
Where are you located, bud?
Pennsylvania, Central Pennsylvania.
Oh, so we're neighbors. Okay.
Yep. Ohio a number of times.
Yep. Central PA. I'm trying to think of where that would be. I'm not real familiar with PA. I know certain places in PA. Willie, like where Willie's at and where Brian was from. Of course, Pittsburgh and places like that, but I'm not real familiar with a lot.
Well, Harrisburg. I'm right outside of Harrisburg.
Oh, okay. I know where that's at. Yeah, I know where Harrisburg. SRB's in Ohio with us, of course.
In a place called New Cumberland.
No. I know exactly where that is, actually.
Cool.
I absolutely do.
Our little town in New Cumberland. Yep.
And, right. We have a handful in here. Stitches is in Ohio. Looks like Gresham said she's from Southeast Ohio. SRB's in, I guess it's considered like Southwestern Ohio, possibly. I might be wrong with that, but Lana's in Columbus. There's a lot of people out here that are from Ohio. I found out. So it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Terry lives right down the road from me. Terry Martin. I can probably get to her place in 5-10 minutes.
Terry Martin. She's my favorite. I love Terry Martin. She is.
She's a trip for sure. So let's see. Melissa's in PA as well. Now I'm pretty close to the border. Greenville, Pennsylvania. Actually, I have family in Greenville, PA. Hermitage, Greenville. If anybody's familiar with those, I'm real close to those areas. I can get there within minutes. Midwestern. Midwestern. Okay, I knew it was Western something. Lucy's in Ohio as well. Lucy's close to me, actually. She's in Cleveland. I'm a little south of her. Willie's in PA, like we know that.
Yeah. Me and Jesse stargazing. We're in the same state, Dago.
What's that, bud?
Me and Jesse stargazing.
Okay, yeah, you guys are both in Minnesota?
Yeah,
Minnesota.
Same with Tommy.
Tommy's in Minnesota. That's right. Yes.
Who's that? Jesse Scholl.
Jesse Scholl's Shul is in Thailand. Jesse stargazing in here. She's in Minnesota, where Eddie's at.
Oh. Jesse Scholl's in Thailand?
Yeah, he's been there for 20 plus years and he's not coming back. He said he's from Canada originally, but
I had no idea.
Yep. That's where he's at.
Man. He's a good man.
Jesse's a good guy. He is.
Yeah.
He gets a little wild, but it is what it is.
I like to eat peanut butter and jelly and drink wine. So
yeah, that's right. Can you believe that when he said that peanut butter and jam, as he calls it, is a delicacy in Thailand? I'm like, what?
Right. I saw that.
That's crazy. It's like $10 for a little jar of jam. I said, wow, bro.
Oh,
whoa.
That's expensive. I mean, I can go to the dollar store and pick up a a jar of Welch's for like $1.50, $1.99. You know.
Is that
I was
just is that just for that, or is it a higher cost of living in general in
Oh yeah,
Thailand?
everything he said over there is to get anything that we would get here is insane. He said, and he goes, they don't have like because I was talking about, he's always talking about his butt sore and all that, and I'm like, we got to find you a chair, bud. And he sits on one of them wooden, like the wooden chairs I have on my dining room table. And I'm like, dude, get a chair, this and that. Like, check on Amazon. He's like, Amazon don't deliver to Thailand at all. They can't get anything like that delivered.
What's he doing in Thailand? What's he doing in Thailand?
He went there to visit at one point in time for vacation or something, I think he said. And I'm surprised he's not in here, actually. And he met his wife, and they got together. They got some kids, and he stayed. He loves it. I'm like, well, good for you. I mean, it's beautiful there. It's like a paradise.
Yeah,
Area.
sure
So
yeah.
I could get that. It is beautiful. I agree with that. Some of the stuff I've seen there is really pretty, and he's got the ability to go because Jesse has a channel out here, guys. He does sports readings and stuff like that. He's really good at it, and he travels throughout too, Vietnam and all sorts of areas around there that he can get to and from like nothing. So,
Wow,
very cultured gentleman and very, very intelligent as well.
Good man for sure. Good man for sure.
He's a good guy.
It's nice when he's on here too. I like to listen to him.
Yeah, he's respectful when, except when he doesn't need to be, and I get that. So we got people from all over the place.
He's eating and licking his fingers. It's like, come on, Jesse, you're live, man. What's going?
Well, I guess it's as bad as me being rude and crunching ice. And like I said, I didn't mean to. I didn't know that, Annie. Welcome, by the way. Good to see you. That's where you get. Yeah, exactly, Tomboy. Let me see here. If y'all want to ever come to Utah, okay. You guys might as well throw out there where you're from if you're comfortable with it. We know where Cat Lady's from. Good old Canada. Let's see here, Miss Jules. Stitches is a transplant to Ohio. I've been here all my life. I swear, as sad as that is, I've been here. And we have a saying here. You'll see it on the backs of people's cars and bumper stickers. Stuck in Ohio because I've left. I've tried to leave, and guess what? I end up back here all the time. No matter what I do, I try to go to Alabama. I'm back. Try to go to California. I'm back. Tried to go to Tennessee. I'm back. I just can't get out of here, so I'm stuck. I'm good. Northern California. That's awesome. That's one of the biggest things about this that I love is that there's people from everywhere. And I mean, not just in the United States, folks. We have a lot of Aussies in here, and I love that. A lot of people from the UK, Canada.
Take a break. You can go to the bathroom now.
How close to Sandusky are you?
Me, about an hour and a half, almost 2.
Yeah.
We go there a lot though because of Cedar Point.
Yeah, we did a show up there.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, kind of strange. That was well, that's a story in itself. But anyway, that was my trip.
It's a nice area. I used to work when I first turned 8. Well, I was 17, but over the summer before I turned 18, I worked for Cedar Point. It's an amusement park up there.
Right.
And it was like going to college because they have dorms for their workers and you stay there the whole summer. You work through there and you go to work and you live in their dorm. And all we did was party. Period. When we weren't working, we were doing the same thing they were doing in these colleges. The middle of my living room was full of we would take beer cans and build this giant castle in the middle of the living room. That's what we did. It was an interesting experience, though. It was.
Have you been in Ohio your whole life?
Yes, my entire life. Born and raised. I've left and come back many a times.
Right.
That's where my family is, and all my friends are here.
Yeah, I've been in Pennsylvania forever since '66, and I've gone and lived in Atlanta, Louisiana, Georgia, but I've always come back.
I've always wanted to go to Louisiana and New Orleans. I love what I see there. Oh, yeah. I miss SeaWorld so much, Heather. I like my grandkids. I've always wanted, I've been saying this forever. that I wish my grandkids could have seen and experienced SeaWorld. It was an amazing thing here.
Yeah.
And then right across the lake from it, it's called Geauga Lake. It was another amusement park that they turned into Six Flags at one point. But you could go to Aurora at any time and go left, you go to SeaWorld, and you go right, you go to Geauga Lake, which was an amazing thing. And they're both gone now.
That figures.
SeaWorld's a good place for the young ones. You know what I mean? It was really interesting for me. My wife was actually there. For anybody that's ever watched Unsolved Mysteries, SeaWorld here, they're all over the world at some point, but here they did an episode on Unsolved Mysteries. They had the boat shows where they would do like the water skiers and all that stuff. Somebody had purposely sabotaged one of the ski boats to try to, they believed, to kill the guys that were on the boat or somebody else. And they lost control and it went up into the stands. And my wife was actually in the top of the stands when that happened.
Wow.
It's funny because you could see her when they panned the camera on the thing, when they showed the actual clip of the video in there. I was like, that's wild.
You could see her?
Yeah. You can see a glimpse of her standing behind her mother.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was real crazy. I don't think they ever solved that either. So pretty neat though. Pretty interesting. Let's see. We got somebody from Manitoba, Canada. That's awesome. I used to love a band called Manitoba's Wild Kingdom way back in the day. Man of War.
Never been to Canada.
Me either. I've never even been to Niagara Falls, and it's literally like 4 or 5 hours from me.
I lived in New York. I never went to Niagara Falls either. I thought my parents, when I was young, would take me up, but no.
Right. Well, Sunshine from Idaho. Uh-oh.
Tomboy Charm says she's suffering from her experience in the escalator at the IDS Tower in Minneapolis. That is a tall tower. I'm not sure if it's the tallest still. I think it's among the tallest.
I couldn't do it. I'm petrified of heights.
I've never been in that building.
Yep. No heights for me, please.
Many years ago, but I remember. Oh, yeah. What is the IBS Tower? I don't think I've known it, but or heard of that. I'll have to look into it. You worked at SeaWorld San Diego. That's awesome, Jess.
Yeah, Minneapolis has some pretty tall skyscrapers. They don't measure to like Chicago's, of course, but still pretty respectable.
Right. So who has taller buildings, you guys? Chicago or New York?
New York, I would think.
New York.
Is it New York? Okay. Never been to either place. I have friends in both places.
You never been in New York? Come on, Dave. You never been in New York City?
We were supposed to go to New York to play a show in 96. It was like one of the bands that I was in back in the day.
Oh,
right. It was like a battle of the bands thing that a buddy of mine set up. Amateur bands, not obviously. I'm nobody that nobody knows, and we were supposed to go. I can't remember the name of the place it was happening. It was somewhere downtown New York City, and it was a whole thing. And the band, we were going to drive up there, stay for the weekend, play the show, and there was some kind of a cash prize, and then you get to do something. I can't remember, guys. It's been so many years ago, but we didn't end up going because the van that we were going to take broke down, and we were stuck. So it didn't happen. That was my one and only chance to go to Times Square and all that fun stuff. So
what were you playing? Drums?
Yeah, I'm a drummer. I've been a drummer since I was 10 years old.
Just like me. That's why I love you.
Yeah.
We love our drummers. Yeah.
I play a tiny bit of guitar. I play bass, but I'm perpetually a drummer.
Just like me. Oh my God, Dago. We're the same. I started playing bass and then I went to guitar, but I love drums, so I ended up
it's hard to stay away from the drums. That's right.
Yeah.
Ryan Murphy is making another Monsters doc on serial killer. There's one getting ready to come out. I think it's about Gein, that Charlie Hunnam is playing Ed Gein. I want to see that one. I think that's the one, Cat Lady. My wife was kind of pissed off about that because she loves Charlie Hunnam, the guy that played Jax on Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
He's playing Ed Gein, and she's like, why would they have to pick him of all people? I'm like, because he's a good actor. I don't know. And then she got a little crush on him. Love bass, guitar, and drummer. Are you play any instruments at all, Eddie, by chance?
No instruments.
Come
Any,
on,
any,
Eddie.
any specific hobbies besides this?
Well, I ride my bike quite a bit.
Yeah, you did say
Yeah.
that.
Enjoy that.
He
Good
what?
stuff.
What
Good
he
Ride a
say?
bicycle.
What do you? That's a good. What do you think of these electric bikes, Eddie? Are you fond of them or no?
Oh my God.
No, I'm not fun. No.
No.
I
I'm
mean,
thinking about
they're
buying one.
pretty popular.
Yeah, I see them everywhere now, and they're stupid expensive too. If you get a decent one,
Gosh, you should see what
Not,
bikes
not,
cost that don't have
I
electric
have.
motors.
Yes, yes.
not really. They're
And-
not really that expensive. I don't know. I'm an old man, and my van is not working, and we have one car between the wife and I, and I've been thinking about getting an electric bike, but what am I
Well,
going to do? Drive
okay.
it down to the local VFW, get shit faced, and then kill myself coming home.
Yeah, you just got to be careful with it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if they're trustworthy.
When things slow down on the cases, you'll have to do another music. Oh yeah, of course. I do those every so often, Mama. I enjoy that too. It's a nice break and a decompression from what we do because we do take in a lot of info, and it is very stressful at times, and it's just a lot. It's truly a lot. The tallest building in Minneapolis is the 57-story IDS Center, which holy shit, 792 feet.
Jesus,
That's
huge.
that's a
Our
lot.
speed.
Does anybody know by offhand? I'm sure you don't. We could probably look it up. That what the twin towers, how the height those were.
Tall.
Oh, I got an idea, you guys. Since we're sitting in here just kind of BSing, Eddie, you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to talk about this for days, folks. I'm just severely curious about this.
Are we talking about 3i Atlas?
Yes.
Oh,
If you guys
okay,
don't mind, I just want to discuss this for a little bit because
Are you serious?
yeah, I'm
3i Atlas?
really like interested in what the hell this is all about.
Is it going to hit us or what?
I
Did you
don't-
guys 2 days ago see SpaceX? They had their 10th launch.
no, I didn't see that.
Right. Yep.
Anybody in chat? Yeah,
I know
watch
that.
YouTube. Watch it right on YouTube.
Wow, really?
What do we see?
So don't run away, you guys. Don't run away. It's going to be boring. I promise you it's not. It's just, I'm very interested in this. So some places are saying it's half the size of the sun coming towards us,
That's silly.
which I think is somewhat
Yeah, it's not that big.
quite ridiculous. Hold on 1 minute here. There are so many different versions of what this is, so don't take any of this as fact until we get fact, please.
Good stuff,
All right,
Dago.
let's see what we got here.
Boy, she's looking rough.
Well, she does work for News Nation. I can imagine that would probably be a problem after a while.
Yeah. If you work for them, don't expect to look good after a week or two.
Let's check it out.
Stellar object whirling through our solar aliens as to how humans respond. That's what a noted astrophysicist believes might be the case, and he says an image from the Hubble telescope backs him up. Most scientists agree that the so-called 3i Atlas is a comet from another solar system. But Harvard scientist Avi Loeb claimed on this show a couple of weeks ago that it could actually be some type of alien technology. Now, that's a controversial opinion all on its own. But he's now going a step further, arguing that the 3i Atlas could be a nuclear-powered alien spacecraft. Loeb says the Hubble picture appears to show the object emitting its own light. The object also appears to lack something that all comets have in common, and that's a tail. So what is this thing exactly? Well, joining us now is Avi Loeb. He's the head of the Galileo Project, director of Harvard University's Institute for theory and computation. He's also the best-selling author of the book Extraterrestrial. Great to have you back on the show. So you now say this is not only an alien spaceship, but it's nuclear powered? Why are you saying that?
Well, thanks for having me.
Hang
First,
on,
I
Mama
should
D.
say that if the light that we observe from this object is reflection of sunlight, its size needs to be bigger than Manhattan Island, 20 kilometers or so. And there isn't enough rocky material in interstellar space to deliver a rock of that size earlier than 10,000 years from now. So the question is, what is it? And its orbit, the trajectory that it takes, is aligned with the plane of the planets around the sun to within 5 degrees. That's a chance of 1 in 500. And moreover, the
What does
timing
that
of
tell you? What does that trajectory tell you?
well, it indicates that perhaps it was designed by some intelligence.
That something's steering it.
Not necessarily, but the trajectory itself was chosen to be such that this object will pass close to Mars, Venus, and Jupiter. The chance of that happening, the timing of its arrival is perfect for that, with a likelihood of 1 in 20,000. And so I'm just saying we should observe it. It doesn't look like it's a random occurrence. The size, the trajectory, the fact that it comes so close to 3 planets in our solar system, and actually it comes closest to the sun on October 29th, when the Earth would be on the other side of the sun. We won't be able to observe it. I'm analyzing right now the best image we have of it. We don't have any evidence for gas around it in the spectrum that was taken, but we do see some fuzz, some halo of scattered light around it.
We're looking at the image now. What does that tell you, that halo of light around it?
Right. So usually for comets, you see a cometary tail trailing the objects from behind because it's being pushed by the radiation from the sun. The dust particles are pushed to be behind, to lag behind the object. In this case, what we are seeing is a glow in front of the object. And I'm analyzing first, if this is caused by dust. The amount of dust is very little. Over 6 months, the amount of dust that will be ablated from the object to generate this glow is just less than a millimeter thick. So it could be just dirt on a solid surface of such an object. And the question is, what is the nature of this object? Of course, as it gets closer to the sun,
God, he loves hearing himself talk. My ears are bleeding.
We could use spacecraft like Juno next to Jupiter. I spoke about it with Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. She called me on the phone and I gave her an update about the object, and she encouraged in a formal letter she wrote to the head of NASA, Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, to encouraging NASA to use Juno, which is next to Jupiter, to come close to 3I Atlas when it will get there on March 16th, 2026.
So Juno could gather some data, take some pictures of this thing?
Yes, but also a camera that is next to Mars, because this object will come very close to Mars as well on October 3rd, 2025. And it will be within a distance of 29 million kilometers from Mars. And there is a 0.5 meter camera that is currently used to watch Mars itself. But
okay, Mama D, you should be good, hon. And thank you.
Look at 3I Atlas, and they can get a pixel resolution of 30 kilometers around this object. So we can.
Okay, this guy talks a lot. You're not lying, bud. Holy hell.
Get a better sense of what the nucleus of this object is.
And super quick, Avi, is there any reason to be concerned about this?
Yeah, you never know what kind of intent it has. And I think we should, in the future, have some international organization that decides how to respond to a visitor to our backyard, because that's
okay. So let me ask.
This is the most irresponsible coverage of this. He is not qualified to speak on this. This is sensationalizing. There are so many other qualified.
I'm looking now, and I'm not like one to know, but I see he's in a lot of these. This is ridiculous. And of course we got people throwing out here spaceships and starship. I mean, Jesus Christ, there's a lot of this. What do you think this is, Eddie? Let me ask you that.
It's just a comet. It's an interstellar, which means that it's from a different solar system than ours, which is very unusual.
Yeah.
It's kind of special.
Really
Doesn't happen
interesting, too.
very often. At least we haven't. Maybe it happens more often than we know. It's just that our technology. Um, the the reason why it's called 3I is because this is the third interstellar. You know, the I is signifies interstellar. So it's the third interstellar object that we have, you know, as Earth, our planet, have ever detected. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's very unusual that something from out, you know, out there.
Let me see if this is a little better. I mean, like I said, hang on.
If it's like these guys sitting like at the news desk, it's probably just going to be garbage. There are YouTube channels that cover this.
Okay, because this one
in
says
depth.
Comet, and oh nope, he's there. He's on every other channel. This guy that they go to, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
The ones that are responsible are like a YouTube channel where it's just like the content creator talking about it. But these guys that have panelists and do this, it's just going to be ridiculous. And
Yeah.
and you're not going to get the important, yeah, you know, the interesting information. We don't want to hear about, you know, it's nuclear powered and all that, because it's just misleading. It's meaningless.
They go out and they scare the people of the world that believe in these things, that it's end of times and it's this and it's that, and it's like, what are you
It's
doing?
very irresponsible. So
It is.
here's an interesting fact about it. You know, the speed at which it's traveling is 58,000 kilometers per second. Now, of course, that sounds fast, but without any context, it's hard to understand just how fast. So let's compare it to something that's really fast. And let's, for example, compare it to like a bullet fired from a rifle. So when a bullet leaves, and of course there's many different rifles and cartridges, but let's just say 1,700 or 1,800 feet per second, that's a respectable velocity. So, and by the way, that's about a half a mile, roughly.
Yeah, right.
So half a mile in a second, that's fast. That's a fast bullet.
Very
so
quick.
In other words, it would take 2 seconds to travel a mile. So that's 1,800 miles per hour. And those of you that are metric system, and I'm just rounding off here, it's nearly 3,000. So we'll just say it's 3,000 kilometers per hour.
Mm-hmm.
A bullet. So
that's really quick.
In comparison, like everybody has heard of those two, gosh, what's their names? I'm at a loss real quick here. Voyager 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah.
Voyager 1 speed in comparison to that fast bullet. Again, the fast bullet is 1,800 miles per hour or 3,000 miles per hour. I'm sorry, 3,000 kilometers per hour. So Voyager 1 is 17,000 kilometers per second.
Wow. That's insane. Like, and okay, so and how far out is this thing? Because I haven't got to do anything with this. I just saw it once and that was it. Hey, Elliot, how far away from us right now are they saying that this? I mean, I'm sure it'll tell me here. I'm trying to find something that has got a little bit of even the YouTubers I'm finding are bringing this guy on.
We love our mathematician.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry,
Eddie. Eddie's good. Eddie's good.
Yeah, it's 17 kilometers per second rather, and this object is 3 times that speed. It's 58 kilometers per second.
So it's moving quick, folks. Beyond quick, like faster than you can imagine.
Heading toward us.
And yeah, well, it's coming in this vicinity for sure. NASA put this out supposedly. I guess we'll see if this has any kind of decent. I was looking for NASA statements and stuff like that that would be, in my opinion, a little bit more reliable because they're not going to put stupid shit out. Okay, so we'll.
The mysterious object speeding toward Earth. Some actual bona fide experts think it might not be your typical space rock or maybe any kind of rock.
No, it's a bedroom.
Phenomenon at all.
It was first detected as a speckle light moving relative to background stars.
Leaked NASA Hubble images reveal something impossible. An interstellar comet with its tail pointing toward the sun. This is 3I/ATLA, beyond our solar system ever detected. But unlike its predecessors, this cosmic intruder displays multiple anomalies that have left astronomers genuinely alarmed, racing through our solar system at an unprecedented 130,000 miles per hour. This ancient visitor is doing things no natural comet should. Its path through our planetary neighborhood seems almost calculated, bringing it suspiciously close to Mars, Venus, and Jupiter. And that's just the beginning of the mystery. The comet will conveniently disappear behind the sun precisely when it reaches its brightest point, exactly when our telescopes would have the best chance to study it. Coincidence? Or something far more significant? The evidence we're about to show you might change everything you thought you knew about our cosmic neighbors. The leak and the alarm. What NASA hasn't told the public about, 3I/ATLAS, is now coming to light. Insiders within the agency have quietly circulated unreleased images from both the Hubble Space Telescope and the brand new Vera Rubin Observatory. These high-resolution observations reveal details so unusual that astronomers worldwide are buzzing with theories and, in some cases, genuine concern. Let's break down what makes this visitor so bizarre. First, the comet has a dust tail pointing toward the sun, the exact opposite direction of what physics normally allows. Solar radiation should push dust away from the sun, not toward it. Second, spectroscopic analysis shows no detectable gas emissions from the comet yet. Normal comets release gases as they warm up, but 3I/ATLAS appears to be shedding only dust. Third, initial measurements suggest this could be enormous, potentially up to 5.6 kilometers across. That would make it by far the largest interstellar object ever detected. Fourth, its trajectory brings it unusually close to Mars, Venus, and Jupiter during a single pass through our system. The statistical odds of this happening randomly are astronomically low. Finally, and perhaps most suspiciously, 3I/ATLAS will reach its closest point to the sun, while positioned directly behind it from Earth's perspective. This means when the comet is at its brightest and most active, it will be completely hidden from our view. These aren't just scientific curiosities. Several leading astronomers have expressed genuine unease about what these anomalies might mean when considered together. Think about this.
Gotta go, Dago.
Comet blasting dust toward the sun, no gas we can detect, and a path that...
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Randy?
I gotta back out.
Okay. Thank you for
Okay.
joining us, Randy. I appreciate you, bud.
Yep, appreciate it, Eddie, Dago. Thank you very much. I just
Yes, sir.
Well,
gotta take
talk
care
to you
of some
later, Randy.
dog
Well-
situations and all that shit. So
We will see you soon, sir.
yep, thank you. Love you, man.
You too, brother.
Yep. See you, Eddie.
takes it by 3 planets in one shot. That's not your everyday space rock. What would you think if you saw these images first, before the press releases? Drop your guess in the comments. Comet, or something stranger? If you want to follow this developing story as new data comes in, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. This mystery is just beginning to unfold. The path that shouldn't be. Let's take a closer look at 3I/ATLAS's journey through our solar system, because this is where things get truly strange. After entering from above the planetary plane, This interstellar visitor follows a path that brings it remarkably close to multiple planets in succession. In early October 2025, it will pass within just 30 million kilometers of Mars, close enough that NASA's rovers might even capture images of it. Later, it swings past Venus at about 0.7 astronomical units, still remarkably close in cosmic terms. Then, in 2026, it approaches Jupiter's neighborhood, coming within 0.3 to 0.4 astronomical units of the gas giant. This path is so unlikely that it's raised serious questions. Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb and his colleagues have calculated that the odds of an interstellar object randomly passing this close to 3 major planets are extraordinarily small. The statistical probability of such planetary encounters, if 3I/ATLAS were on a random inbound trajectory, is extremely low, their analysis states. What makes this even more intriguing is how similar this trajectory looks to something NASA itself would design. When planning missions like Voyager's grand tour of the outer planets, NASA engineers precisely calculate paths that use planetary gravity to slingshot spacecraft efficiently through the solar system. From an engineering perspective, if someone wanted to deploy observation devices across multiple planets, this exact trajectory would be ideal. A craft following this path could drop small monitoring packages at Mars, Venus, and Jupiter without needing to significantly alter its course or speed. And remember, we're not just watching a comet fly by. This thing is threading a cosmic needle, hitting alignments we almost never see. Even more suspicious, the timing of its closest approach to the sun. Military and
Pause.
strategic angle.
Thank you.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
know where these people come from, but you got to understand this. So moments ago, we were talking about like the speed of Voyager 1 at 17 kilometers per second,
Right.
which is a third the speed of this object, 3I Atlas. So it's much slower, but Voyager 1 is heading out of our solar system.
Right.
That's its trajectory. Now, how big is our solar system? Well, in 3,000 years, Voyager 1 will enter the first portion of our solar system, which is considered the Oort cloud. And in 30,000 years, at the speed at which it's going, it will exit the Oort cloud, and then it's out of our solar system. So although it's very fast, it's slow in cosmic scale.
I get what you mean.
So what does that mean? This object that's from a different solar system that's coming through, it's random. It took countless years. We're talking millions, possibly. So when it first began its trajectory, we weren't even, because we're moving constantly. You know, we're a moving object. Our solar system isn't stationary, and it's like the sun just, you know, like if you put an orange on your table and then, you know, you draw a circle around it and that's our orbit. That's not the way it goes. The orange doesn't stay there stationary on the table. It's moving as well. So our rotation around the sun is more like a helical spiral rather than a circle.
Right.
So anyway, the fact wherever it's going and whatever planets is passing through and all that, it's random. There's no way someone can millions of years ago shoot it towards us.
Right.
Like that.
Well, there would be no way nobody would know that either, because again, they didn't send an email and say, "Hey, we're coming your way." So yeah,
guys, it's just a comet, and they're getting a lot of the facts wrong about the comet. You know, the direction of the tail and all of this, and you know, it's sinister. You know, because we are going to be on the opposite side of the sun while it's passing. You know, kind of near Mars. You know, it's going to enter Mars orbit on the other side of the sun. So because we're going to be on the wrong side of the sun, they're framing that as it's got sinister intent and it's
Right.
trying to go undetected and
It's trying to hide from us on its
yeah, and deliver this payload of
right.
monitoring device. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of ridiculous coverage on this. I know.
There's a ton of it. I mean, most of what they're talking about is interesting, but you gotta remember to take some of the other stuff with a huge grain of salt, folks. That's all.
I wish I could recall which ones I've been watching, because I know there's probably, for every one good one that's out there that's got legitimate, they're trying to cover this legitimately, there's probably 10 that is just going to be rubbish, that it's a
Garbage.
wasted time,
Oh yeah, I found a ton of them that were like that, right?
Yeah. But yeah, it's not nuclear powered, and it's not alien technology.
It just doesn't make any sense to even think that, to be honest with you.
Right.
Let me see here. What are
Space. Their Space Situational Awareness program uses radar arrays like the Space Fence System to track even small objects throughout our solar system. Yet, despite 3I/ATLAS being potentially the largest interstellar object ever detected in our solar system, traveling at unprecedented speeds, we've heard remarkably little from these military and defense organizations. Why the silence, especially when they have tracking capabilities that could...
Because it's not anything to be alarmed about in the way that they're trying to make it out to be. That's why there's silence.
Provide valuable scientific data. One possibility is that agencies like AARO, All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and planetary defense groups are using 3I/ATLAS as an opportunity to run real-world drills. This visitor presents a perfect test case for how we might respond to a genuine interstellar threat. It's massive, moving extraordinarily fast, and following an unusual trajectory. From a defense perspective, this is an ideal chance to silently test detection systems, communication protocols, and decision-making frameworks without causing public alarm. NASA insiders weren't the only ones alarmed by what they saw. Defense watchers are paying serious attention too. The strategic implications of an object that can move through our planetary system with such precision cannot be overlooked. If you're in charge of planetary defense, this is your nightmare training exercise. A fast, massive object from deep space, no way to intercept in time. You'd want to know, is it natural? Or something you have to worry about? The most concerning part? Even if we wanted to intercept 3I/ATLAS to study it up close, we simply can't. Its speed makes it impossible to catch with any current technology. By the time we could launch a mission, this visitor will be long gone. Forensic astronomy, the detective work. The scientific detective work on 3I/ATLAS began before it was even officially discovered. The brand new Vera C. Rubin Observatory in Chile.
So, in a sense, folks, like I said, if you want, because this goes on for a while, and I'm sure that not everybody wants to see and hear all about it. And Eddie said they're putting out a lot of misinformation on this as well. If you want entertainment, go watch the channels that are talking about it being what the hell did I see it? An alien spaceship the size of, what the hell did they say, Manhattan or something like that. I mean, that's all. Come on, you know what I mean? So if you're looking into entertainment, or for entertainment for that matter, go for it. But what the stuff you've watched on it? What's the timetable for this, Eddie, for when it can come? To the point where if we were able to see it, could see it. You know what I mean?
Like towards the end of October is what they would call perihelion, where it's closest to the sun, and then after that date, it's going to be now making its way out of our solar system.
Gotcha. Well, maybe we'll get some pictures. Who knows? I
Yeah,
doubt it.
it's much ado about nothing. It's just a big space rock. It's a comet.
Right. Well, this is what society does.
So we all know that there's solar wind and solar radiation, and this is like a icy, dusty body, right? And as it gets near the sun, the ice starts melting and the
Mm-hmm.
particles start flying off of it. So that's the tail.
Gotcha.
And we're familiar with that. We have comets that are in our own
Yeah.
solar
Halley's Comet.
system that
Right.
now and again make its way around the sun and go back out. So this will be the same thing, except it'll be so far away that we really won't be able to see it.
Absolutely. It's funny because it does remind me of a potato. Heather said it looks like a big potato. That kind of does.
But yeah, and that's just a random. Keep in mind, it is so far away. Nobody has pictures of it. What they have
Right.
is it's like a pixelated light blur. It is so far away, and stars are stationary in the background. In these photographs, what they do is they, like night after night, they take photographs, and then they can tell if there's an object moving through the stars. So that's how they detected it.
Gotcha.
So now that they picked up on it, they can follow and predict its path. But
Sure.
no one has a photograph of it. We don't have that technology. That's just a random image, and it's definitely like a artist rendition. That's not even that
Probably
image that you're
an
looking
AI.
at isn't even like, oh, that's in our asteroid belt. That's from that's a picture of something that actually exists. No, it's just an artist rendition is really all that is.
Right. Somebody said it's a really large version of Gunderson's nose floating through space. After we saw that, I still can't get past that. But yeah, there's no way they can tell exactly what it looks like. They're just describing it, and somebody's putting it out there via AI and stuff like that.
AI,
basically.
yeah.
Gotta love the AI. It does all sorts of fun things. So that's what that's all about, you guys. It's pretty wild. I haven't really got to look into it until tonight and see or hear anything. I just keep passing by and seeing these things with it. So let me see what else I got here.
But they're going to do a good job of having everybody. It's like Chicken Little. The sky's falling. People are going to be talking about this, and they're going to be parroting what they hear. Consider how long. What are we? We're still in August here, and
2 more.
There's months of this.
Yeah, a couple months, right? Oh, by the time October reaches it, they'll have a fleet of alien airships that are here to move on to our planet and repopulate and get rid of. It's going to be all that at that point, folks. So be ready for it. Just please don't fall for it. Let's see. What else did I have here? Anybody in chat want to throw anything out that you want to talk about? It's all on you guys. Come on now. This looks like we lost a bunch of people. I figured as much. That's okay. Now I want to watch M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, that was a good movie. I liked it. Tonka Project Blue Book. It's funny because I've been watching the X-Files like crazy the past week. It ain't none of that either. I promise you. Looks like Devil Woman and Simply Solo is having a party over here. You guys look like you're having a blast.
I miss the good old days, Dago, where when you watch the news, you could count on it being accurate.
Yeah, right.
This is
Nothing is
really
anymore. Not in the weather, dude.
irresponsible, because what they're doing, they know that it's nonsense. They know it, and they do it anyway.
Gotcha.
It's for clicks and views and money.
Of course, everything is now. I mean, you listen. They don't even put the weather out there the right way anymore, folks. It's just insane to me. Like, you cannot trust anything. Nothing. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, how many of you guys in here have been following the Letcher County brothel case that I've been covering?
Yeah,
that's what I call it.
Yeah.
I know you have. I know you've been here for it with me. Anybody else in here?
What is the timeline on? Do we know when there will be a trial?
Well, I got a couple updates with it 2 days ago, and I think it might give something. They're working on that right now. They just had a hearing. They had a bail hearing, and they had a hearing sealing the psychological analysis that they did on Mickey. Guys, this case is nuts. We just covered the interviews that Brian Etten did with the proving that it's like a sex ring, pretty high up people involved in it as well. So actually, let me throw this in here. Court TV covered it yesterday, and it's got some some updates in it. I'm hoping that they are sharing the at least getting close to like a trial date, because it's been like September will be a year.
I'm Vinny Politan. The subject of my investigation is the shooting of Kentucky Judge Kevin Mullins in his chambers by Sheriff Mickey Steins. And now new allegations against Judge Mullins has everyone wondering what was going on in this small Kentucky town. Here's the story. Sheriff Mickey Steins was a pillar of Letcher County until September 19th, 2024, when he walked into Judge Kevin Mullins' chambers and executed him in cold, shocking violence. Surveillance video captured Steins firing 8 shots, even as Judge Mullins cowered behind his desk, sealing a betrayal that stunned their small Kentucky community. Steins abruptly surrendered, his reputation in ruins. In the days before the shooting, he appeared emotionally frayed and subdued during a deposition tied to a civil lawsuit accusing his deputy of courthouse sexual misconduct. That misconduct took place in Judge Mullins' chambers. This shocking fact has many wondering about the extent of this sexual misconduct and exactly who was involved in the abuse of female inmates. Another layer of this scandal in the judge's chambers. From the beginning, this has been a story within a story. We knew there was so much more to what was going on in Letcher County. This civil lawsuit was also part of a criminal case for this alleged sexual misconduct, which was no longer alleged because there was a criminal conviction. Like, it actually happened in the judge's chambers. The same chambers where the sheriff shoots and kills the judge. Take a look at this. In 2022, Steins was listed as a defendant in a lawsuit regarding one of his deputies. Former deputy sheriff Ben Fields pleaded guilty to raping a woman on house arrest that he was assigned to monitor. According to court documents, the victim claims that when she couldn't pay for her ankle monitor, Deputy Fields proposed an arrangement. The plaintiff alleged Deputy Fields took off her ankle monitor, and in meetups that followed, he forcibly had sex with her at the Letcher County Courthouse using threats of arrest to coerce her. Now, the plaintiff in that civil case, which came after the criminal case, also sued Sheriff Steins, alleging negligent hiring, training, and supervision of Deputy Fields. Now, let's go back to the location. Where is this taking place? It's taking place in the judge's chambers, this scandal. Which brings us to the first question in our investigation.
You guys, it's way more than that. Not just the judge's chambers. They were going upstairs into the courthouse area, into the courtroom after hours when everything was closed, and doing things there. People were taking inmates home at night, like they were borrowing them and bringing them back the next morning. Guards were signing out inmates, taking them home overnight and bringing them back in the morning. This is insane. I've never seen or heard anything like this in my life.
Which is about the judge, the victim of the shooting. Was Judge Mullins involved in the sextortion scandal? The scandal involving a deputy in his chambers. All right, here to help answer that question is former inmate Ty Adams, who's been speaking out about the alleged sexual misconduct.
This is the same girl that Brian Enton interviewed in the last week when we watched this.
By Judge Kevin Mullins himself. Taya, first of all, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for being strong enough to talk about this stuff, because a lot of people would just want to erase it, run away from it. And we appreciate you coming on here. Did we lose her? There she is. Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened. My phone went nuts.
That's okay. All right. Taya, first of all, let's talk about the judge. How long have you known, or did you know, Judge Kevin Mullins?
Since I was 16.
Okay, what was the context of you meeting him when you were 16 years old?
I had a position at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. My sister worked for him, for Edison Banks. And Mr. Mullins was the assistant Commonwealth Attorney at the time. And I had went over to his office to learn how to take a deposition, the first encounter that I had with him.
So it was an employment situation?
Yeah, kind of. But like I said, I was underage. It wasn't really.
Have a great night, Jen. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you. Hope to see you tomorrow. Take care.
Really a formal job. It was kind of like just informal training for me.
Okay.
In office management, filing, things like that. Yeah.
And what happened at 16? At some point, did this become what we're talking about here, inappropriate behavior?
The first time that I was alone with him. Yeah, the first time I was alone with him was the first time that he was inappropriate with me. And he had me give him oral, and he paid me for it. And he told me to clean myself up and not to tell anybody.
And he said, clean yourself up. What do you mean?
And
does he mean like?
She was 16 years old. What a piece of shit.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
His bodily fluids, yes.
Oh, okay. I
was there. I had my top down.
Wow.
Come on, Vinny.
And how old are you at this?
Clean yourself up.
How old are you at this time?
I was 16.
Okay. So he's not a judge at that point.
No.
What do you do after this happens? After this incident, 16-year-old girl.
It just escalated from there. It went to having sex parties and getting high with them, doing performances with other women, they would have other men have sex with us on watch. And that continued up until I started going to jail and stuff, and they sent me off to rehab at the age of 20 after my mom died.
Okay, that's a lot you just gave us right there, Taya. Let's go back a little bit. So you have that first encounter, and how does the next encounter happen, and how does this level of escalation go? Like, what? How does
he just started introducing me to his friends, and like it was just made very clear that like that's where my value was.
Were you getting paid all the time for this?
Stuff didn't matter.
Was
what?
Was he paying? You said the first time he threw money at you. Is that the nature of the relationship?
He paid for it. He paid for it, yeah, throughout up until I started getting in trouble, and then it became
So do I,
my court
Joel.
cases, and that would be his. And it,
Yeah, with what Jules just said, I do too, because I think that Steins thought that there was no way this was going to end, no matter what. There's only one way to end it, and that's why I think he did what he did.
it wasn't just him. There was other attorneys involved, and the county attorney, Harold Bowling, the one that was over my child support. The case that I am on parole on until 2099, he was really bad with me too. I had a lot of really negative experiences with a lot of people from that courthouse.
Okay. Now, people listen, again, we haven't independently verified any of this, but this is your story, and we want you to tell your story. I think it's important about everything that's happening here. There have been a lot of allegations. Not the first time we're hearing about this. When you say...
Yeah, I'm not the only...
Right. Why hasn't anyone heard of this until now from you? Explain it from your viewpoint. If you're a 16-year-old girl and this is happening to you, why does it continue to happen? Why don't you say something or do something about it?
We were groomed for that. They taught us that that's what we were there for. It was so normal. And like the sex part of it, that is really the least of the problems here in Letcher County. It's the way they abuse their power and the things that they do to men and women alike, and families and innocent children, just to keep their secrets.
Now, when you say they, I don't want you to name specific names. You don't have to. But what type of people are you talking about when you say they? Because I understand Judge Mullins. I know who he is. What when you group them together, why do you group them together as a they? Like, what type of people are we talking about?
The higher ups of Letcher County. It's the other attorneys, the people who work in the jail. It's the whole system.
Pause it, Dago.
To roof.
And
so 2 questions ago, when he asked her, how come you haven't said anything about this before? How come this is the first time we're hearing about this, that you're making this public?
Right.
I'm surprised her answer didn't include, who would I report it to? Where?
Yeah.
Who would you tell?
Right. That and they were threatened to, in many different ways too. Right.
There's no one to report it to.
Who would they go to? Everybody's involved in it in the county. Everybody of any importance, the sheriff's department, the government, the whole government's involved, and then some. There was even an article I read on this days ago that there's an FBI field office out there that they possibly were involved as well. Who are you going to go to? Okay. This is insane, you guys. This is sad to me. It really is. This entire county knew about this, and it was never a secret. That's the biggest thing. And yeah, Jules, you're right. In a lot of places, these smaller farm towns, the what do we call them? The good old boy towns. This is fact. This is everyday life, folks, and it's disgusting. And it goes back to kind of what we're talking about with Moscow. This is how they've lived their lives for so long that they expect things to go their way no matter what happens, and nobody bucks that. You know what I mean? You don't buck the system.
Yeah, you're right. It is a parallel with Moscow. There is something going on. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yes. Yes, sir. It may not be the exact same circumstances, but it's the same basis in the same type of a situation, in my opinion, for sure. Excuse me.
pretty much in surround the buildings surrounding too. There's a lot of like other attorneys and even some like doctors and stuff in town that are involved in these parties that they would have,
Now
and in the various things to different degrees.
Okay, you mentioned parties. Describe to me where that would take place, how it would happen. Again, without naming names, but like who would be there, how many people, a few more details about that. Like I understand the concept, but I'm trying to understand how this actually occurred.
I mean, it would vary. They had different places, residences, apartments that were just like sex rooms, you know, with swings and mirrored ceilings and things like that.
Is this all
there's more than one of those.
Is this all in town? This is all done?
No, and in surrounding counties too. Other places as well.
Now, people are hearing you say that you got paid. So people are going to say, okay, she was a prostitute, right? The other women or girls, if they're underage, were sex workers as well. So was everyone a sex worker versus someone who was up on charges, who is trying to make sure is not necessarily getting paid anymore, but is getting some sort of favoritism or treatment by the system that is kind of holding that over you? How would you kind of break down that division of people, sex workers versus people being extorted for sex?
They don't discriminate who their victims are.
Now, who knew about this?
If you read into it, then they get you whenever they get you for something minor and pull you into it. Or CPS, they'll use CPS to remove your children and then use your kids to make you do what they want you to do.
So what you're saying, what you're alleging here is that it goes beyond the drug court program, right? Where people who are unfortunately addicted to drugs and they're trying to get treatment and maybe getting out on ankle monitors, et cetera. It's not just the drug court. You're saying it's a wider spread problem here?
In the other interview she did with Brian Enton, guys, she even proclaimed that they, while grooming them, got them addicted to drugs as well. To start it off. Nuts.
Yes. And they would, they use the ARC program as well. And they have people that would like come out and get people to relapse. Like this is all documented. It's already proven that they've been doing this for a long time to set people up and get them back in trouble with their probation and parole and stuff. And then we just recently found out that they've been extending people's parole sentences even after your time is served out. They're extending your parole indefinitely. And drug court is a sentence in and of itself. And whenever I finished my prison time, I made parole and got out. My reentry papers from the prison said one thing. And then whenever I got to the parole office, my reentry papers said that I was ordered to do drug court by Judge Jimmy Kraft. And he's the head of the drug court program. And I didn't end up having to do it. They made me do the aftercare program, and I did all the other classes, the MRT, the substance abuse, the co-occurring disorders, the parenting classes. I did them all. And anger management. And I served out my sentence down to day 0. And I've never been proud of anything, more proud of anything in my life than accomplishing that with no problems. No failed drug tests, no missed appointments. And I went to go get my graduation, my gold seal, the certificate showing that I was complete and that I was free. And they said no, that they weren't going to release me. Wow. And then turns out it's until 2099.
Wow. All right.
And there are other people, many other people that are being held on the exact same thing who have served their sentences out too.
All right, Ty, we're going to take a quick break here, but Ty Adams is going to stay with us. Again, folks, this is her story. It's a huge scandal out there. I just want to read this response, though, from the AOC before we go here. The Kentucky Administrative Office of Courts has no record of receiving information suggesting misconduct by Judge Mullins. The only allegations reported to the AOC involved Judge Mullins' chambers were made by the judge regarding the federal lawsuit filed about judicial staff engaging in sexual acts in his office. The AOC added security cameras to the judge's chambers at his request. That's the camera that captured the sheriff shooting and killing the judge. Okay, we're going to get more of Taya's story coming up next. Was Sheriff Mickey Steins involved in this sextortion scandal?
There was an overwhelming amount of pressure on him, some internal, but we believe there were external pressures as well.
Matriarch of the Adelson family gets...
Who said that?
China, they said he had videos with Mickey. Mickey used to do the same thing when he was over house arrest.
That's another one of the accusers talking about the judge and talking about Sheriff Mickey Steins and their connection to this sextortion scandal. And that brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is about the man accused of murdering the judge. Was Sheriff Mickey Steins involved in the sextortion scandal? Was he a part of this? Was he one of the higher-ups involved? Still with me, former inmate Taya Adams, who's been speaking out about the alleged sexual misconduct by the judge here.
I agree,
Taya,
Joel.
again, thank you so much. Was Sheriff Mickey Steins involved in any of this?
I don't know. I know that he was never inappropriate with me sexually. He was always just professional with me. Like, he was firm, and he's taken me to jail before and stuff, but he's never crossed that line. So I don't know like what else he might have been involved in, if anything, but not with me or anybody that I'm close friends with.
Okay. Now, from your perspective, is there any way that the sheriff of Letcher County wouldn't know about what you've told us about, these sex parties and other things that are going on?
No, there's no way he didn't know. Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. It's common knowledge out there.
Mm-hmm. There are hundreds of victims. That's not an exaggeration.
Let me ask you this. I want to get back to the judge for a second. At any point, were you with the judge when he was a judge? You told us the story when you were a teenager and he was one of the lawyers. How about as a judge?
Yeah. Yeah, I've had many court cases that I've had to deal with him in a personal manner to deal with.
And what happened?
Favors for diversion, favors to pay a fine off, take care of a ticket. I mean,
when and where would
things
would these favors be paid?
In the chambers, somewhere in the courthouse. There's rooms all over the courthouse that I've been taken to over the years. I've met him like at the strip job in Whitesburg, different places of residence.
And at the courthouse, daytime, nighttime, when?
Mm-hmm. Both.
Like during the business day, while people are engaging in business in the courthouse?
There have been times, yes.
Wow. And when was the last time you had contact with Judge Mullins?
2022, I think is when it was. It was right after I got out of prison. I hadn't been out very long. Yeah.
And where was it that time? Was it in chambers? Was it somewhere else?
I went to see him at his chambers, and then I met him later somewhere else at the strip job.
Do you know if the camera was in chambers at that point?
I don't know. I don't know. I seen him on the outside. Like there's a door that goes out the side of the courthouse that him and the others would go outside and stand and smoke a lot, like in between court and stuff, like after lunch or whenever throughout the day. And that's where I met up with him that day. That last time I saw him there at the courthouse, I didn't go inside other than to be in the courtroom with my daughter. And then I spoke to him. I spoke to him before and after outside, and then I met up with him later on.
Let me ask you this, Ty. What was your reaction? What went through your mind when you heard that the sheriff had shot and killed the judge?
Because finally somebody has to look and see what they're doing here. They can't look away anymore. We have a chance to get help.
Are you involved in any civil lawsuit or anything at this point?
No.
Has anyone from the state?
I just want my freedom, and I want these people to be able to get their kids back and have a better chance at a future. We just want our freedom and our kids. We want to be able to rebuild and to heal.
Has anyone from the state police or the attorney general's office or from the federal government spoken to you about these allegations?
No, and we've been trying to get word out for a very long time. The attorney general was approached and he just kind of blew it off. There's a video of that interaction floating around on social media. And as far as the state police goes, you don't trust the state police. You don't trust many of the cops here at all. But I just heard recently that Mickey tried to go to the state police to have them open an investigation, and he was told no. So.
And what are your thoughts about? What are your thoughts about the sheriff?
He's my hero. I mean, I'm sure that he's not a perfect man. Nobody is, but he's my hero, regardless.
Taya, I want to conclude here because you know your story a lot better than I do. Is there anything I haven't asked you that you think is important that folks who are watching tonight or people who are listening tonight should know?
Yes, we are still in danger. We are suffering from retaliation. There's been people who have lost their life over this. We need help. We need help from the outside. We need attorneys. We need people. We just need help. And
I want to know how the Department of Justice has not come in on this yet. I don't understand this. I mean, unless, well, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Back to Idaho in some senses. This goes all the way to the top, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's looking like, okay? And it's been going on for so long that there's probably so many people involved in this. And the way that the one interview happened with the ex-jailer, she worked there 3 months and got the hell out, okay? She was talking about how they would try to invite people to these parties. And it sounds to me like once you're invited, if you step foot into it, you're involved. Go ahead and try to say something. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's how I took that. And thank God that girl was smart enough to say, no, sorry. But yeah, this is, she said multi-county is involved in here. Now I'm going like, is the whole damn state of Kentucky like, and I've heard other people tell me that Kentucky's got some dark sides to it. So this is just nuts. It is beyond nuts to me.
Something else, like I said, for what we're planning to do with the future is we're planning to start something called Lexi's Place. And it's just to give a little piece of land and the resources and volunteers to build homes for these women who have been victimized by Letcher County. So that's our big project.
Ty Adams.
Finding healing and moving forward so they can have a chance to get their kids.
Thank you for sharing your story. Please stay safe. And we may be speaking to you again because this story, I think, is just beginning. Ty Adams joining us tonight. And again, folks, I have to remind you, we at Court TV have not independently verified any of these allegations, but when you talk about allegations of public corruption, it's important. It has to start somewhere, the discussion at least.
And I'm going to say that anybody that doesn't believe this, think about it for a minute. Let's use common sense here. What could this woman gain by doing this other than nothing but trouble in her life? Okay? There's nothing she can gain from this except possibly losing her life. That's a scary thought. So she's not gaining any notoriety or anything good, folks. She's gaining negative attention in every aspect that you look at this.
Yeah, and I was going to add, you can tell she's credible.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the interview she did with Enton, she didn't look away from him one time. She was dead eye the whole time. There's nothing about this that I don't believe. Okay. Watching what Mickey Steins did to Kevin Mullins kind of tells you on its own that was one of the most dramatic things I've ever seen in my life. And to know it was that bad to do something like this, that tells its own story. And multiple people have come forward now, folks. Multiple. And like I said, Taya has nothing to gain but negative attention on this, and it's a very dangerous situation coming forward. She's not going to get anything good out of this. So why would she lie? That's another thing to add to that with what we just said. So, he also tweeted about the arrest that led into what we know as the, oh, you're talking about, okay, I got you. Just saying, just wanted to say that out loud.
There are allegations that are being made. We'll see if there is an investigation. If there is, obviously we will cover it. But there's already somewhat of a connection to the shooting of Judge Mullins, and that's what we're covering up next. How is the sextortion scandal connected to the shooting? I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of the shooting death of Judge Kevin Mullins by Sheriff Mickey Steins. A very strange case with many different layers, including shocking allegations of sexual misconduct by the judge. Here's the story. On a quiet September afternoon in 2024, the Letcher County Courthouse became the scene of a chilling betrayal. Judge Kevin Mullins, a respected figure, father, and alleged pillar of Eastern Kentucky justice, was shot and killed in his own chambers by Sheriff Mickey Steins, a man he once mentored. The attack was swift, violent, and unthinkable. Mullins was struck multiple times, collapsing behind his desk. News of his death rippled through the community like a shockwave. Courtroom staff wept openly. Sheriff Steins surrendered moments later, stunned and trembling. What drove the sheriff to such darkness remains tangled in whispers of courthouse corruption, personal grievances, and fear. And what about Judge Mullins? Did he know about or take part in the abuse of female inmates and defendants in his chambers? Could a scandal so shocking like that have been kept secret in such a small town? That's another one of the lingering questions in this big scandal in a small Kentucky town. We've been covering the story from the beginning, and you know, each time we dive back into it, something else is revealed. And Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas has been in front of all of this and is joining us now. Cody, we've uncovered so many of these recordings from the day of the shooting itself. And every time, you know, we get a new recording, something else is revealed. What did Sheriff Mickey Steins say about his family in the moments after the shooting, when after he turns himself in, and now the sheriff is the one under arrest?
Well, Vinny, one thing we know for certain, Sheriff Mickey Steins was incredibly concerned with the safety of his wife and his daughter, so much so that after he surrendered, after he walked back in that Letcher County Courthouse with that gun in his hand, no less, once they got him in the handcuffs and propped him up in that hallway, the first thing he said was that he just wanted to see his daughter. He wanted to lay eyes on her, wanted to know where his wife was just to make sure they were safe. And of course, we got a glimpse of that in that body cam recording. Take a look at this right now.
If I can see my daughter in person here. Before you leave. Is that what you want? At the jail. At the jail? Yeah, at the jail, through the screen, on the phone, I want to see my daughter in person. And then after that, I'll tell you everything at that jail in front of cameras, video recorded.
So, Mickey, was this anything to do with your daughter? Just a yes or no. I'm going to ask one last time. Is there anything you want? I mean, was this anything to do with your family? Depending on what kind of information comes out, always can change how investigations are worked. You know what I mean?
Now, Vinny, he was silent in the back of that police cruiser, but he wasn't so silent with his attorney, Jeremy Bartley. Now, of course, we've heard plenty about these underground allegations of an underground sex ring and all the corruption going on in the Letcher County Courthouse with the judge.
There ain't no way in hell that was an act, Heather. No way. That dude was absolutely positively petrified to be taken and transported to another jail. He was looking at every different direction. He was scared, truly scared. It was kind of sad.
And everybody else working in there. But a key component of all this is that the shooting happened on a Thursday. The Monday before the shooting, Steins was deposed in a deposition regarding some of these heinous allegations. And his attorney, Mr. Bartley, actually came on our program and touched on it just briefly. Take a listen.
The deposition that that Mickey was giving in that particular case was scheduled for Monday, and this happened on a Thursday. And I think there was a lot of interest by those people who populated the judge's chambers for whatever reason about what Mickey might say in those depositions. And one of the things that we've talked about from the beginning is the fact that the first thing he said to the investigators was, I'm concerned that they were going to take or have taken my wife and daughter. We believe that that Mickey believed strongly that his wife and daughter and family were in imminent danger. Now, we believe at the same time that the pressure and anxiety and other factors that I'm not going to discuss tonight, we'll leave that for another day, but we believe that his mental health had been impaired and certainly was accelerated due to this civil deposition.
Now, Vinny, of course, we don't know what was said in that deposition, but there was clear concern by Sheriff Steins for his wife and daughter. And we also heard Mr. Bartley there touch on Steins' mental health. Early in August, Bartley filed a motion to have Steins' psych evaluation unsealed by the court. But as of today, as of tonight, that is still sealed by the court, or it is still sealed, not unsealed.
All right, Cody Thomas, thank you so much. It's a lot there, right? So he's deposed, and the deposition is all about the sextortion scandal. That's on Monday. This happens on Thursday. He's concerned about his family after the shooting. Brings us to the next question in our investigation. How is the sextortion scandal connected to the shooting? There's a connection. You at this point, you cannot separate them, but how are they connected? How is it going to manifest itself? Here to help answer that question is the attorney representing the woman suing Sheriff Mickey Steins and his firm. Ned Pillersdorf is with us, and the Chief Public Defender for Oakland County, Michigan, Paulette Lofton. Thank you both. Ned, great to catch up with you again. What are your thoughts about this connection? And I want you to put it in terms of not just the deposition, but what we just heard in the first half of this program, some of the allegations that this is a wider ranged type of scandal that we're talking about. Do you think it all has something to do with the shooting, and is there a connection here?
Whether there's a connection is a mystery. I was present when my co-counsel took Mr. Steins' deposition on Monday. When the shooting occurred on Thursday, the thought crossed my mind, is this related? Keeping in context, we had filed the lawsuit, which was a sweeping lawsuit. It alleged that the bailiff for Judge Mullins, Mr. Fields, had sex with my client in the judge's chambers. And if you go through the public filings of the lawsuit, at least 3 different women feels raped, molested, and that's not in question. He actually pled guilty. Whether it's connected to all that, we don't know. I mean, there are these new allegations. We don't know. We did not allege.
I absolutely believe that, Lucy, and I think that's what I think that is the reason why the lunch happened between Steins and Mullins, and then shortly thereafter that, bing, bang, boom, it was all done.
Judge Mullins was involved. We have no information that Steins was involved. What we did allege, and one of the reasons we filed the lawsuit, these women that I'm concerned with, that's my agenda. My criminal defense practice is representing women in Kentucky criminal courts, and they're about half the docket. They're all drug cases. They're all vulnerable. And to be clear, I don't think the situation in Letcher is isolated. The reality is, if you're a woman caught up in the drug culture in an Appalachian courtroom.
Well, good night, Tina. If you're going to sleep, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you so very much.
Dago, I think my phone is starting to overheat. I better hop down.
Right,
I'll be in chat.
No problem, bud. Thanks again for joining me.
You're welcome.
And if you're going to sleep, Tina, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate you very much, and I hope to see you soon.
We're a cash bond situation. How do you get these women out of jail? Drug court is one possibility. Drug rehab is the other, or ankle bracelet. But these women are so subject to sexual extortion. They have no money. They've got kids at home, and they're desperate to stay out. Can they afford the $400 a month?
Hey, Candy Girl, good
for
to
an
see you.
ankle bracelet? Or do they do what we allege in a lawsuit, do a sexual favor and save the $400? What that gets them is they get to go home to their kids. Are they in effect prostituted? Yes. I think early on I told NBC News they were running a brothel in that courthouse. You know, some people said, well, that rhetoric's overblown. I'm still not backing down. And I don't think it's limited to Letcher County. What's changed in my 44 years of criminal practice is 44 years ago, you hardly saw a woman in the courtroom. If you walk into an Appalachian courtroom today, there may be, say, 25 defendants, half of them will be women. Just about everyone will qualify for a public defender, and they're young and they've got kids. And what we as a criminal defense bar who care about these women, how do we get them out of jail? And that's the atmosphere we're dealing with.
Yeah, there's a level of desperation there. Let me ask you, Paulette, if this scandal is beyond a rogue deputy, right? Is beyond Ben Fields, right? It's not just him. It's like all these so-called, quote, higher ups that are involved. How do you think that is a connection as to why the sheriff did what he did?
I think there is a great chance that it is, because I don't think it's a coincidence that he was deposed on a Monday and this happened on a Thursday. His ability to supervise that deputy was called into question. I know in some of the reports, they stated that during that deposition, he was acting a little out of character. And he definitely seemed upset or frustrated at the fact he was being deposed. So what happened between Monday and Thursday, I think that remains to be seen. But I would be shocked if it wasn't somehow related, because obviously he is in a position of prominence in his county. He didn't get there overnight. He worked his way up, as we have heard. And I'm sure he loved having that stature in the community, and it was being called into question. Now, what happened in those chambers or in that chambers that day? Was it something new that was brought to light that he didn't know before? I think we'll find that out, especially when they formulate their defense and figure out how to attack this charge.
All right, good news. Paulette and Ned are staying with us. Still to come, will the jury in Sheriff Stein's trial hear about these allegations?
Sometimes it just be you. Sometimes it'll be a couple more with you.
And where would you go, and then what would happen?
Up to the judge's chambers to do sexual favors for him.
Monday. This case was unlike a normal murder case. Before the new season of Victim to Verdict, catch up on.
He was there by himself, and he did not teach me how to take a deposition.
What happened?
I ended up giving him oral with my shirt pulled down, and he threw money in my face. Sometimes it'd just be you, sometimes it'd be a couple more with you.
And where would you go, and then what would happen?
Up to the judge's chambers to do sexual favors for him. And you just go see him. Just go to his chambers.
As an inmate?
Whenever as an inmate, when you're in jail, they would bring you up. They bring you up to the chambers from jail.
And then what would happen?
Sex, drugs.
Some serious allegations against Judge Mullins and others, but Judge Mullins is the victim in the case against Mickey Steins. Serious allegations. Brings us to the next question in our investigation. Will the jury hear these allegations against the victim in the case, the victim of the shooting? Still with me, the attorney representing the woman suing Sean Steins, Ned Pillersdorf, and the chief public defender for Oakland County, Michigan, Paulette Lofton. Paulette, what are your thoughts here? Will the jury hear these allegations concerning conduct by the victim in the case, Judge Kevin Mullins?
So usually these facts would probably not be relevant. Juries do not like when you are speaking unkind of a decedent. But here, I think that the jury is going to hear about it in one of two ways. We obviously know that the defense attorney is claiming that he was either temporarily insane or mentally ill. So what I expect to happen is that a doctor would testify, and a doctor would be able to testify about all of the things that he told this doctor during his interview, what was going on in his mind at the time he pulled his gun out and shot him multiple times. So I do think a jury is going to be able to hear about it, because in order to make out a case for manslaughter, which we know is temporary insanity, I think all of these things would be relevant. Did he just find out about some of them in this conversation that he was having and essentially lost control of his emotions? Or was he dealing with a mental illness because of all of these things that he found out, and he thought he was going to lose his career, he was going to lose his position in the community, he could potentially be somehow sued himself or face potential criminal charges? What was going through his mind is going to be so important. And because I think this is definitely going to play a large part, I think a jury is going to hear, because I think that's what the doctor is going to be able to tell the jury as to why he acted the way he did.
Ned, let me ask you, you know the jury's out there. If this conduct and these allegations end up in front of a local jury out there, what do you think their reaction is, and what impact would it have here in the case against Sheriff Mickey Steins?
You know, on the one hand, the prosecutors say this is a straightforward case. You see it with your own eyes in front of you. The reality is, here's the argument I would make as the criminal defense lawyer for Mr. Steins. Eventually, the jury will be asked, what was his state of mind? In Kentucky, the jury instructions are, what was the defendant's state of mind? What I expect Steins' attorney to do is say, Judge, this is admissible. That his state of mind is relevant. If his state of mind is such that he knew that Judge Mullins did these outrageous things that have been alleged, we don't know if they're true or not, that would be the argument to get that evidence in. And if the jury hears that, it is, you know, I would, if I'm defending Steins, I would never use the word insanity. I would use the word somehow justified. Or there's another expression called jury nullification. It typically comes up in I guess it most commonly comes up with the abused spouse finally fights back after years of abuse and kills the abuser. It's not so much a self-defense case, but it's almost like the deceased was acting so badly, the jury doesn't mind that he got eventually what he was coming to. That's kind of defense. And I've said this before, the movie A Time to Kill, the John Grisham, this is starting to look like that case. Now, who knows if these allegations involving Judge Mullins are true or not? I can certainly see friends of Steins, who has a following, he's a popular guy, making this stuff up. And of course, Mullins isn't here to defend himself. On the other hand, I have been approached by other women who are making similar allegations that you heard earlier in the show. There's not much I can do for them. It's not really relevant to my case. And actually, I simply, if they want to talk about it, I actually told them to go ahead and contact Mr. Bartley, who's representing Mr. Sheriff Steins.
Yeah, it does make sense. So, Paulette, in the end, this is, and I think Ned did a great job there saying it's a very simple case on the one hand. On the other hand, it's anything but simple. All of this. It gets very layered, very complicated. Do you think anything comes of all of this? Does this become much bigger than, it's a horrific crime that's been alleged, but does it become something bigger if these allegations do bear out in some form?
I think so. Definitely the previous guest that you had on, if more women are feeling comfortable coming forward now because this judge is deceased, the sheriff is in jail, maybe they feel that what they have to say would be more readily accepted. If more women come forward and there's more of an investigation, then I definitely do think this case could have a turn that no one really expected.
Yeah. It's unreal. Never seen anything like it. Ned Pillersdorf, Paulette Lofton, thank you so much. Appreciate your time, insight. If this alleged sexual misconduct had been happening over the course of years, as has been alleged by some, it's beyond outrageous. I mean, this undermines the trust and sanctity of our system. And anyone with knowledge of it who permitted it to continue should be nowhere near a courthouse administering justice or making arrests. The question is, will these allegations make their way into Mickey Stein's trial?
Sorry, you guys, my damn microphone killed out again. Sorry. So again, this is nuts, but like I'm trying to show all the updates that come out as they come out on this. So my apologies for that muted thing, folks. This stupid microphone, if I bump it, it goes off. It's got it's a touch on and off type thing. So my apologies.
Question, is this all connected? Tonight, newly released video taken just moments after Steins left Judge Kevin Mullins dead on his floor of his own chambers. It's from the body cam of a state trooper who says he's known Mickey Steins his whole life. This video shows that Steins seemed to believe that his life and his family's lives were in danger. Look at this.
We'll make sure you're okay.
Safety and So make sure that you're safe right now. Yeah. You got up in my face there a while ago. I don't feel safe. Hey, man, I've worked with you all for years, man. I know. For years, well, I don't feel safe. Listen to me. Listen to me. When you were pulling away from me, you might not have been. I'd already been patted down tonight. No, it's out. I don't feel safe. I sure don't feel safe. Everybody should have their body cam on by policy, right? Well, not all these situations. No. Detective, I jumped out and didn't have mine. Yeah. I was actually at home cutting grass.
This is a crime scene now. We don't have to wear them, but I am wearing mine.
Making everybody else that was originally here get out and knew I didn't have nothing though. Yeah. I ain't got nothing, guys.
I believe you. Mickey, you know I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you, okay?
So I want to bring in someone who has interrogated many killers during his 27 years as an FBI special agent, Bobby Chacon. Bobby, thank you for being here tonight. Very strange case. I was in Kentucky a couple weeks ago digging in. Now we've got the body camera video. What do you make of it? I mean, the
I hope
sheriff
so
seems
too.
to be there's something really wrong.
All right, Simply. Thanks for joining us tonight, dear. Have a good night and take care.
Yeah, it's really tough, Brian, to tell whether or not he's genuinely disoriented and confused, or he's trying to play those at the scene into some kind of sympathy. He's still acting like he's in charge. He's still acting like he's making decisions. So it's really, it's a bizarre, very unique situation for the officers involved. Some of these probably work with him or for him. He was, the sheriff, so he was a top dog in law enforcement in this county. So, I mean, I imagine that this was a very, very unusual circumstance for them to be questioning this guy who they usually took orders from.
Is that appropriate? I mean, should the people he knew and he's worked with forever have been questioning him? I mean, maybe it was just impossible to get around since it's kind of a small town and he pretty much knows everybody.
Well, I mean, it was the Kentucky State Police who were doing the kind of questioning, and the one trooper, the state police officer, said, I've not known you that much. I've known you, but they probably worked with him in a very a position of authority, even if he wasn't over them. But no, it's not ideal. I would never want to interrogate somebody that I knew and worked with personally. You've got to kind of get sometimes in their face, and you've got to you got to play it tough, and it's tough to do that with someone that you have a friendship with and their family.
Yeah, and what stood out to me when I watched the video goes on about an hour. He says so more times than I could count that you're going to kill me, and he seems fearful. And when you look at the whole big picture of this,
What's up, Kane?
that he was supposed to give this deposition where he was likely going to have to say bad things about the judge, and there's this whole alleged sex ring going on, and then you've got him saying he feels like someone wants to kill him, and he's even scared when he's being led downstairs to the police car. I want to play you this clip, Bobby, and then we'll talk about it.
Come on, you're all right.
Now, y'all don't kill me now. If you ain't gonna kill you, we ain't gonna do nothing to you. Except take you down here and put you in the car. Yeah. That's it.
Go this way.
Saddle.
Come on. Nope, don't. Not that way. Not that way. Come on. Mickey.
You speak to my thoughts.
No. You can't talk to him. You can't talk to him. Come on, Mickey. You know better.
Come on now. Don't put me down in jail. Here. We're not. Is that the jail or is this?
This is right here.
Come on, now get in the saddle. Is that what?
It cuts left right here. I have been.
Open the door. Hold on, give it a second. There shouldn't have been nobody in there.
No,
Come on now.
everybody's on lockdown.
Come on now.
John, yes, sir. All right.
Come on now. You're all right. What you guys do? Just
See you tomorrow, Candy. Have a good night, hon.
KSP, open the door.
This ain't right, guys. Come on.
You too, bro.
That's what we're trying to do.
He's clearly very nervous, Bobby, when he says, get me to a facility, and he's kind of like looking up and down the hallways, paranoid. What do you think is going on there?
You know, it's hard to tell whether that's
I
a
agree, Jules.
genuine paranoia, genuine concern, or he's still trying to play the victim here. Like he's like, you know, I watched this whole video too. Like you said, it goes on for a while, and I started getting frustrated with them. I would have simply reminded him that no one's doing any killing here, Mickey, except you. You're a cold-blooded murderer. You know, this is one of those rare situations where there is no dispute of what happened. The only killing that was done here today is you killed somebody, you know, and so I would have kind of gotten a little tougher with him and reminded him that he's a perpetrator now. He's no longer the sheriff. You know, he's got to listen to what they're telling him. And I would have probably, you know, I'm not saying I would have manhandled him, but I would have handled him a little differently. I wouldn't have opened the back of the car to make him look in there and say, stop worrying about other people killing. The only killer here is you today. And I would have kind of gotten in his face and reminded him of that.
It's so unusual, obviously. I don't know that it's ever happened for an acting sheriff to kill the acting judge in the courthouse, and then for there to be this whole backstory with the federal lawsuit and the alleged sex trafficking. What surprises me is that we cannot find that there is an active state investigation into the whole bigger picture here of possible corruption and what's happening in this county. What do you make of that? Does that surprise you?
It surprised me that there was no state level. Maybe, you know, hopefully there was either a federal investigation or somebody's looking at this, because you're right. I mean, there is a lot more to this than meets the eye. There is a lot going on here. And he himself, as the sheriff, must have felt that he had some culpability, that he had some guilt, he had some liability to take this kind of step. He knew where this was going to go. He was going to go to jail for the rest of his life. And to take that kind of step, he had to have felt like he had some portion of guilt, or he had some portion of liability if this judge wasn't killed, to keep him quiet or something. So
Okay, so okay, I usually like Bobby Chacon, but he's being an idiot with this. He's not seeing this for the way he should be seeing this. He's looking at it another angle, and I don't like that.
So you know, there's a lot more to it. This wasn't a guy seeking justice and killing the judge because the judge did something wrong. This was a guy killing the judge, hoping that his own culpability, his own liability in this scheme or whatever was happening would be lessened if the judge was out of the picture.
And the paranoia goes on throughout the whole video. There's this point
I just
where
don't
he's
believe that. I'm
nervous,
sorry.
to talk to them alone in a room. I want to play you this other part of the body camera video. Look at this.
When they talk to you, we can have multiple people move, and he's got his body camera.
He just said that he killed the judge because he didn't want the judge to be able to flip on him. Come on now. Good God, Bobby. What the hell is wrong with you?
If you want to talk to him, not more than 2 people can talk to you. Okay? That's a Supreme Court ruling. It's coercion, it's duress if we do that. Okay? But we'll have multiple people.
Big time.
More than 2 to talk to me. Okay. I mean, if more than 2.
If you want to talk, it would violate the rules of the interview procedures, what it would do. But we'll have.
If I sign a waiver and there's 10 there.
No, but we'll have a multiple body cam. We'll have a body cam.
His body cam, it ain't even on right now.
Yeah, it is. But that red light is.
So
he hasn't put his in stealth mode. He done that on purpose. You can see it's recording. Stealth mode doesn't light up the red light.
What stands out to you here?
He's still trying to dictate the terms. He's still trying to be in charge. He's still trying to dictate how many people in the room for an interview, and he's still playing this cat and mouse game with them. And really,
he's trying to stay alive, you dumbass. Jesus Christ, dude. Shut up. This is ridiculous. I'm so tired of these people that look at things just with tunnel vision and they only see it one way. Is it that hard to believe that this is that serious, that this man's scared for his life at this point? This is ridiculous, bro.
they're allowing it to happen, and I get it right now. This isn't a formal interrogation out in the hallway like this. But boy, I mean, he is still trying to manipulate the situation and still trying to say the body camera isn't on when it was. I mean, he's still trying to kind of have his way with the situation where, you know, I personally, if it was me, I would not have allowed him a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's awkward for them having.
Well, you're a tough guy, Bobby. Shut up.
Officers were saying he's known him for like 20 or 30 years, and he just shot the judge and killed the judge, who they all also know. So certainly a situation they never expected to be in. But, with some cases, Bobby, you just know there's more to it. And I think that's the case here. I mean, there's something going on in this town. So we're going to keep digging into it. Bobby Chacon, thank you for coming on tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
Good God, that irritated the dog hell shit out of me. Wow. Granted, I know you were in the FBI, dude, but you're not anymore. You're retired now. Calm down and maybe look at the big picture instead of the tunnel vision. The way you look at things is ridiculous. Really irritates the shit out of me. Okay, I guess the Mickey's attorney. Wait a minute. We saw all that. Is his attorney coming in here for? Yeah, we did. So we saw that the other day. Okay. Like I said, I'm just trying to keep up on anything new on this. But I think that's it, guys. And we've been here. We're about to hit 4 hours, so I think we're gonna call it a night. Appreciate you guys jumping in here with us tonight. Good conversation as always. Yeah, me too, Jules. That really pissed me off. It just did. You're not Italian with your eyes. Well, it's the same thing, basically, Lucy. Yeah, that's stupid. It's just ignorant. I think he's doing that to get a reaction. So he wants everybody to look at him. Oh, big bad Bobby Chacon, whatever. Yeah, they ain't lying in that aspect, buddy. So I think that'll do it, folks. Eddie, thank you for joining me tonight again, as always. I appreciate you very much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Get some sleep. I will be back here tomorrow morning. And maybe we'll actually get to read some stuff. I hope you did enjoy yourselves in here. I seen you guys were having a little bit of fun over here. That's all good. I hope you enjoyed it. Got to smile from time to time, folks. It's very important, especially with what we deal with every single day. So thank you to my mods for joining me. Lucy, I'm glad you're still in here tonight. I know everybody bailed. It's pretty late. People got to sleep and work and all that. So thank you for sticking around. Eddie, thank you, my brother, for hanging around as well. Everybody else, guys, I love you to death. Absolutely 100%. Appreciate each and every single one of you guys so very much. Please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. And don't change that. And you guys are the beautiful people. And I promise I'll see you very soon, folks. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
Time, menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, serve with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, slipping scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menace menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.